Chapter 435 Trap. Chapter 435 Trap. Trilly and Marion had been living in fear. They had no idea what they were about to face, but it would clearly be something wicked. Just then, Qingyi walked in and pointed at Marion. "Bring out the more injured one." "What are you doing? Where are you bringing me?" Underlings could not understand human language. Of course, even if they could, they would still obey Qingyi's instruction. Underlings were pretty rough creatures. Pulling and dragging, a few of them brought Marion out of the cell. On the other hand, Trilly hid in a corner and shivered in horror, not even daring to look at Qingyi. Soon Marion's limbs were fixed tightly in place. Qingyi held his own chin with one hand. Looking at Qingyi's evil face, Marion could not stop shuddering. He screamed even louder. In fact, Qingyi had yet to do anything. He tried to cast needle-thread guidance. A beam of qi converged at his fingertip. As Qingyi scratched Marion's wrist, its interior was completely destroyed, although his wrist still seemed normal. Of course, after the move, the qi also dissipated. "I still can't maintain it," Qingyi muttered to himself. Marion's ear-piercing screams almost filled the entire castle. Below them, Trilly could clearly hear Marion above the ceiling. Qingyi tried a few more times, but he still could not use the technique proficiently. Importantly, he could not use it for treatment. If he were to use it aggressively, it would be ineffective too. He might as well just punch his opponent. With Qingyi's current strength, his punch was definitely stronger than needle-thread guidance. Moreover, needle-thread guidance was not meant to be used in battle. Its biggest use was to treat internal injuries, such as internal muscle injuries that even modern surgery could not heal. The people in the past must have developed such a special method because they did not have surgery. In particular, there must have been many conflicts between clans such as Qingyi sect. Without a unique skill, Qingyi sect would not have survived this long. Needle-thread guidance was the spell that Qingyi valued the most. Being able to use it perfectly would dramatically increase his medical performance. There was another spell that interested Qingyi, namely Qingyi armor. It was a defensive spell, like the famous kung fu move, Golden Bell. The user would condense qi on their skin to form a layer of protection. However, unlike Golden Bell, which was like an unbreakable shell, Qingyi armor would manifest itself as a layer of qi on the surface. The layer of qi could be broken, but it would be very elastic, as if the user had a layer of rubber on them. Qingyi found mostly attack spells, which he found unsuitable and hard to experiment. Most spells were aggressive and would use a large amount of qi per cast. Qingyi either could not use them or would lose all his strength after a single cast. After all, Qingyi was still too weak. "Kill me! Kill me!" Marion begged. Qingyi cured Marion's wounds slightly and threw him back into the cell. In the suburbs to the north of LA, there was an abandoned church. It was a gathering place for the witches in LA. While there was no formal organization, witches would occasionally meet up. Activities included trading, gathering, and alliance. When Sienna arrived at the abandoned church, there was already someone inside. "Hey, Sienna!" A girl with black hair approached Sienna and greeted her. "Carla, you're here too," Sienna said. "I heard it's a gathering organized by Ms. Teresa," Carla said. "Is it about a joint attack against Evangeline?" "Possibly," Sienna nodded. Sienna was the one who had informed everyone about it. In addition, this was perhaps the only major event recently for which Teresa would call for a meeting. Teresa was one of the senior witches in LA and an accepted witch leader. She was powerful, knowledgeable, and wise. Over 10 witches appeared one after another. The gathering was not compulsory. A witch could choose to come or not. There might be aloof witches who would rather stay hidden. "Oh, I'm getting married next month," Carla said. "Really? Congrats." Sienna had a sincere smile, but she did not want to continue the topic. After all, if they kept talking about it, Carla might invite Sienna to her wedding. Crucially, Sienna would have to give them a present. "Are you free on the 12th next month?" "I'm not sure. I've been quite busy recently," Sienna said awkwardly. Just then, the side door of the church was opened. Teresa was standing at the door, and Sienna was delighted. Fortunately, Teresa had appeared in time to stop their conversation about the wedding. Teresa continued to stand at the door, but her expression was rather weird. "Miss Teresa, may I ask why you've summoned us today?" a witch asked. Suddenly, Teresa vomited a mouthful of dirty blood and a pair of hands stretched from her mouth. Then, her body was torn apart. "Bloody parasitism!" someone in the crowd shouted. A bloody naked body stood before everyone with a gloomy smile. "Evangeline! She's Evangeline!" Sienna shouted. It was a trap. The person who had summoned them was not Teresa, but Evangeline. An old witch mustered her courage. She waved her wand and it emitted a beam of light. "Demon, go to hell! Transform!" Evangeline blocked with her hand and the magical beam was reflected onto another witch. Immediately, the witch turned into a sheep. Before she could react, Evangeline had already attacked the sheep with her bloody claws. When the sheep collapsed, it turned back into a human. "No! It's Ms. Teresa's mirror reflection! Why does she know this spell? I remember. Ms. Teresa's teacher was in the team that went to destroy the ghost ship. Do not use spells. Before mirror reflection is broken, no spells can harm her." "Then what should we do?" "Explode magical phosphor. Mirror reflection does not work against AoE attacks." After all, there were more than a dozen witches present. With advantage in number, nobody had retreated yet. Each witch more or less had some magical phosphor. But Evangeline knew that too, so she acted first and charged into the crowd. Before mirror reflection ended, she did not need to worry about spell attacks. "Ladies, revel your last moments." Chapter 436 I Memorized Your Sense. Chapter 436 I Memorized Your Sense. Once Evangeline rushed into the group of witches, they were no longer able to fight back. "Run! Run!" Sienna grabbed Carla's arm. But then there was a pained cry in her ears. When she turned around, she saw that she was only holding on to Carla's arm. Evangeline's hands had penetrated Carla's body, lifting her high up. She bit down on Carla's neck and started munching on the flesh. Sienna's knees turned weak from fright. Evangeline was focused on eating Carla, so she didn't pay much attention to Sienna. She soon sucked Carla dry and tossed the dried corpse to the side. Sienna pointed a gun at Evangeline, but the woman grinned. "Little girl, you think guns are effective against me?" Bang! A giant hole opened up on Evangeline's forehead. "Ah!" Evangeline cried out in pain. "I'll kill you!" Sienna's gun didn't use the average bullet. They were made out of angelic crystals. But this was her last bullet. Evangeline was in immense pain. She reached into the hole and dug out the bullet. The flesh around the hole wriggled and filled the hole again. Vine entanglement. Evangeline was about to attack Sienna when a witch in the distance cast a spell on her. Vine entanglement wasn't an offensive spell. Instead, it was a restraint spell, so the mirror reflection was ineffective. However, Evangeline was too strong now. Vine entanglement only slightly delayed her movements. The next moment, she intensified her movements and tore apart the vines. "Ruler of the land, please restrain the demon before my eyes." The ground under Evangeline suddenly softened. Her feet started sinking in. "Drag it out. Delay her until the mirror reflection ends." The group of witches slightly stabilized the situation, but Evangeline was still threatening, even with her feet restricted. Evangeline opened her mouth. Her long and narrow tongue went right through a witch's skull. "Help me!" a witch cried. "Lend me magic! I'm going to use the spirit of mountains." Two witches immediately ran over to their partner. Each one put a palm on her back, temporarily lending magic to her. "Mighty spirit of the mountains, please show your strength." A round boulder plummeted onto Evangeline's head. It weighed around 3 or 4 tons. The ground shook from the collision. Phew! It's finally over. But just as everyone thought that it was over, the boulder suddenly jumped up. The witch that had cast the spirit of mountains was turned into a bloody pulp. "You're all gonna die!" Evangeline roared crazily. "Lord of the past, please bestow upon me unlimited strength to seal the evil before my eyes." A six-pointed star emerged under Evangeline's feet. Chains shot out along the star, locking Evangeline down tightly. "Go! This seal won't be able to restrain her for long. Don't even think about escaping. I've memorized your scent. I've memorized your scent!" All the witches fled. They knew that Evangeline wasn't joking. She would hunt them down one by one and then rip them to shreds. "Sienna, where are you? How are you?" Rupert had already heard about what happened in the abandoned church. All the witches in L.A. and even the entire magic world in America knew what had happened. A witch who'd transformed into a monster had set up a trap to massacre the witches of L.A. At least half of the witches had died, while the monster was temporarily sealed. However, with the strength of the seal, the monster broke free as soon as the witches left. Sienna picked up the phone. "Rupert, don't stay in L.A. anymore. No one can defeat that monster. Are you okay?" Sienna wasn't hurt, but she was truly frightened. What had happened in that church was terrifying. The power that Evangeline had displayed was completely above the average person. A typical person or witch couldn't counter her at all. Sienna also remembered Carla, who'd died right in front of her. She was going to get married next week, but she would never have the chance to wear a wedding gown. Only one thought was in Sienna's mind: escape from L.A. She rushed home and frantically stuffed her clothes into her suitcase. Chris and Shirley happened to return and saw the crazed Sienna. "Sienna, what's wrong? Where are you going?" "I'm going out for some time." "Where?" "I don't know," Sienna said. "Don't follow me." "Sienna, what exactly happened?" "That monster Evangeline has her eyes on me. I need to leave this place." "We can ask Chen. He can definitely defeat the monster." "No, it's impossible. No one can defeat her. I personally saw how terrifying she was. She's even scarier than in the surveillance video. It's like she's a demon that just climbed out of the bloody sea in hell. Even Chen can't defeat her? You didn't see how terrible she is. The 10 of us witches were as weak as kittens before her, butchered by her at will." Sienna trembled as she spoke. Shirley and Chris could both see that Sienna wasn't stable now. She was traumatized. They couldn't imagine what Sienna had encountered that could terrify her so much when she was usually so strong. Sienna ran out without even locking her suitcase. Shirley and Chris were about to chase after her, but Sienna put a curse on the door. The two immediately felt an invisible wall blocking their path. "Sienna!" Chris cried out anxiously. "Where are you going?" "Don't follow me. Otherwise, you'll be in danger too." Chapter 437 What Does This Shave? Chapter 437 What Does This Shave? "Chris, call Chen." Cheryl looked out of the window and located Sienna, after which she jumped out. Chris could not stop Cheryl. When she rushed to the window, Cheryl had already made her way down the wall. Chris would love to learn from Cheryl and jump down from the 10th floor, but considering her strength, she gave up. She would probably end up paralyzed. "Can't get through." Chris could not reach Qingyi. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable." "Damn, Chen, where are you? Just pick up already." When Chris ran downstairs, Sienna and Cheryl were nowhere to be seen. "Chen, please pick up. Pick up." "Sorry, the number you have dialed." It was the same response. Chris almost went insane in her panic. At the moment, Chen Zhao was training a few underlings. Chen Zhao showed the 10 underlings a photo on his phone. "Remember, this is the madam. If you can't even remember this, I'll twist your heads off and kick them like football." The 10 underlings fought to look at the phone. They could hardly recognize humans, so they were trying their best to memorize the face in the photo. In fact, it was a common characteristic of most demons in hell. It was just like how Qingyi could not differentiate the 10 underlings. Nevertheless, the underlings could distinguish people based on smell. Chen Zhao took some of Fei Lai's common items and asked the underlings to remember her smell. Right, now let me test you, Chen Zhao said as he picked a few photos. Which one is the madam? This one. The 10 underlings gave very different answers. They could not even tell the gender of a person. One of them got it right, but Chen Zhao really suspected that it was just because of probability, not that the underling actually recognized Fei Lai. After all, even if the underlings had randomly selected a photo each, 1 or 2 of them would probably get it correct. Indeed, Chen Zhao tested the underling alone, and this time he was wrong. Next, Chen Zhao took out a few pieces of clothing. Some of them had been worn by Fei Lai, while others had not. Which of them belonged to the madam? This time, all the 10 underlings got it right. They managed to pick out precisely all the items that Fei Lai had worn. Great, follow me now, Chen Zhao said. It's internship time. Chen Zhao brought the 10 underlings and left through the magic door. Just then, his phone suddenly notified him of over 10 missed calls from Chris. Stunned, Chen Zhao called back. Hey Chris, what happened? Chen, we have a big problem. Sienna is now being hunted by that monster, and Cheryl went to find her. I've been trying to reach you all this while. What should we do? Chris said anxiously. When did this happen? About 2 hours ago. Chen Zhao's face darkened. He did not expect there to be an emergency right when he was in the space crevice. Do you know where they are now? No. How? Can you find them? Chris asked, lost and panicked. Chen Zhao gave it some thought. Find something that Sienna or Cheryl uses. Black Ma and White Ma should be able to locate them. Chen Zhao was actually unsure, but apart from the silly twins, the underlings could help to track them via smell as well. Okay, I'll be right there. Although Black Ma and White Ma would be able to find the two, Chen Zhao did not plan to bring them along. After all, they had entered the human world in their true forms. If there was danger, they might die immediately. The other demons were of little use, too. To be honest, Chen Zhao was probably stronger than them at the moment. Therefore, Chen Zhao only planned to bring a few underlings with him. He sent the rest back into the crevice. Even if the few underlings died, Chen Zhao would not regret it. There were more than 1,000 underlings in the crevice, after all. If they were allowed to reproduce, they could cause a population explosion. Chris sped to Chen Zhao's house. After she alighted, she sprinted toward Chen Zhao. Chen, this is Sienna's razor. Is it all right? Chen Zhao took the razor. Yes. What does this shave? Leg hair. Watch my house for me. I'm going now. Chen Zhao left in his car. Sienna, where are you? Rupert called Sienna. I received news that Evangeline has appeared. 3 witches have already been attacked. I'm escaping from this place, Sienna said. Come to my place. If we team up, we might be able to fight her. Stop being unrealistic. You can't defeat her, Sienna said. But where can you even hide? You stand less chance alone. I can't fight her, but I have a way to hide myself, Sienna said. What? I've made myself an invisibility potion. I've hidden my smell, Sienna said. You sure it'll work? Probably. It's not my first time making an invisibility potion. Sienna was actually not very confident. After all, she was being hunted by a monster, not an ordinary witch. Can you tell me your bank details? Why? In case you die, we shouldn't let the bank gain everything. Go and die. Sienna hung up in anger. Sienna's father, Yiberg, had been controlling the car. Dad, where are we? Sienna looked out of the window. The sky had already darkened, and Sienna was starting to feel increasingly uneasy. National Park. Why are we here? Sienna complained. I control the car based on my feelings, Yiberg said. He had a special ability which would guide him to the correct path. The ability had been very useful. Indeed, Sienna had escaped from life-threatening situations many times with Yiberg's ability. Just then, the car suddenly stopped. Why did you stop? It's out of gas. Bang, bang. Suddenly, Sienna heard a noise from the trunk. What's in the trunk? The little girl. What? Cheryl? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask. Chapter 438 Reinforcements are here. Chapter 438 Reinforcements are here. Cheryl, why are you here? Sienna looked at Cheryl lying in the trunk with a livid expression. Obviously to protect you. I don't need your protection. Go back right this instant. Go back? You want me to go back? Cheryl pointed behind them. The end of the road was under the dark night and endless forests. One couldn't even see the distance. Don't you know that you're just adding to the trouble by being here? But I have werewolf blood. Cheryl showed her fangs and claws. I feel like I'll be in more danger with you by my side. You don't trust me, Cheryl said unhappily. You're already here, so I guess I can't force you away. Where are we going now? Cheryl asked. Sienna was silent for a bit. Then she turned toward Yberg. Dad, which way is safe? That way, Yberg said. Are you sure? Sienna asked. I feel danger creeping closer, so we definitely can't go back. What? Danger is creeping closer? Yes, a very dangerous aura is approaching. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. How far away is she? About. Footsteps suddenly sounded in the darkness. Cheryl immediately pounced into the darkness, but she was quickly hurled out of it. Evangeline strolled out of the darkness. Where did this wolf cub come from? Evangeline! Sienna's expression changed drastically. How did you find me? Evangeline was completely different from the terrifying and cruel appearance from before. She was clean and wearing a feminine jacket, jeans, and heeled sandals. Her long hair fluttered as she strolled over. Are you wondering because you hid your scent? Evangeline smiled as if mocking Sienna's supposed cleverness. You're not the only one who did that. Actually, the other witches I found earlier all used the invisibility potion to hide their scents, like you. But I must say, all of you are stupid. Why do you think that I can't memorize your scents? You said it yourself? Sienna finally understood. No matter what Evangeline became, she still had a human's body. How could a human remember another human's scent and travel miles to find them? I said that I memorized your scents, Evangeline continued, still smiling. But the scent I'm talking about isn't your physical scent. It's the smell of your magic. Sienna's expression changed again. Everything she'd done earlier to hide her scent had been useless. It was all to no avail. Evangeline pulled a string of things out from behind her. Both Sienna and Cheryl were shocked. She'd pulled out a string of witch heads. One glance would send shivers down one's spine. Are they familiar? It's okay if they're not. You'll be companions with them soon. You'll have a long time to get to know each other. What do you want? Want? Evangeline thought for a long while. It seemed like she hadn't decided yet, or was pretending to be deep in thought. A bit later she said, First, I need this city, the entire country, to have no one who can threaten me. With your current abilities, no one can threaten you anymore. No. The witches are only in panic because of me. When you all process everything, you'll definitely think of a solution. There have been many examples in the past. I don't think I've already reached an unprecedented level, so I need to become even stronger. Since you know that, why don't you hide? You're only making more witches unite. Evangeline suddenly started laughing. Her voice was no longer a woman's, or even a human's. It sounded like a dozen voices mixed together. Why should I hide? Just like I can find you, you witches can find me too. Instead of that, why don't I take the initiative and kill you all? Are you sure you can do that? Sienna sneered. If Evangeline wanted to kill all the witches, she wouldn't be able to do anything else in her life. There were more than 100 witches in L.A. Plus, just look at what had happened in the church today. Evangeline could only manage a team of a dozen witches. If there were more, even she would find it difficult. She'd only directed that whole play to terrorize the other witches. This way, the witches would focus on protecting themselves instead of going against her. But if the majority of witches felt danger, they would definitely work together. By then, even Evangeline wouldn't be able to escape from death. No matter how strong she was only one person. Unless she could destroy the earth and heavens in an instant, she would never be able to defeat an entirety. It was like a soccer game between one world-class professional and 11 amateurs. No matter how talented the professional athlete was, he wouldn't be able to defeat a whole team. I don't know, Evangeline said. But I can try. Sienna could feel that Evangeline still had some reserves. She hadn't revealed her true motive. Okay, I don't have much time. Are you going to let me take your head off, or are you going to keep struggling? The car started suddenly. Yberg steered the car and crashed toward Evangeline. Boom! Evangeline pushed the car with 2 hands. It couldn't go an inch forward. That's all you got? Evangeline sneered. Just then, another car appeared behind her. She couldn't turn around anymore. That small truck crashed into her from before. Thud. She was stuck between 2 cars. She tried to push them away, but both drivers slammed on the gas. Evangeline couldn't apply much power with her current posture either. Just as Cheryl and Sienna thought that Evangeline was under control, Yberg's car suddenly died. It didn't have gas anymore. Evangeline overturned the car in anger. But then the other car slammed on the gas and crushed Evangeline. But even after getting crushed, she stood up without any injuries. The truck stopped and Qingyi got out. Sienna, Cheryl, I finally found you too. It wasn't easy. Qin, how come it's you? Why are you here? Hurry and leave. You're not her match. Chapter 439 Bitch, Stop Running. Chapter 439. Bitch, stop running. None of you shall leave! Evangeline was totally enraged. As she smashed a bottle on the ground, more than a dozen witch souls appeared beside her. Sienna's expression changed drastically. The souls were precisely those that had been killed earlier. Carla was among them. However, the souls had long lost their rationality. All the witches had turned into evil spirits, the most ferocious type. Sienna, Cheryl, hide in the truck, Qingyi said. Leave the rest to me. Chen, you'll never beat her alone. Can you not see the situation? Sienna shouted. Can't you have more faith in me? Qingyi said. Haha, is a wizard going to stop me? Evangeline laughed. Has your teacher, or the girl beside you, never told you the difference between wizards and witches? Suddenly, Qingyi charged forward. When he was a few meters away from Evangeline, he lifted the overturned car beside him and flung it at Evangeline's head. Bang! Sienna's car was completely destroyed. Sienna and Cheryl's eyes almost dropped out. Is this a human strength? The strength that Qingyi had displayed was similar to that of Evangeline. Just then, Evangeline stood up again. She similarly stared at Qingyi in surprise. Who's he? Why is he so strong? Go and tear him to pieces! Evangeline was not planning to fight head-on with Qingyi. After all, with so many evil spirits, the big boss could just stand and watch. Qingyi leisurely snapped his fingers. Immediately, one of the witch souls became distorted. It was as if the soul was being pulled and then crushed by something. Finally, in her scream, the witch soul turned into starlight. Evangeline, Sienna and Cheryl all watched with their eyes wide open. They had no idea what had just happened. Then, another witch soul was eliminated. Qingyi had not even moved. Come, make a few more. Do you just have a few evil spirits? That's not challenging at all. Evil spirits? Just a few evil spirits? Sienna could not deal with a single evil spirit here, not to mention a dozen of them. All of them were atrocious evil spirits that could easily eradicate ordinary evil spirits. However, they were erased by Qingyi effortlessly. Nobody could accept such an outcome, whether it was Qingyi's enemy Evangeline, or his allies Sienna and Cheryl. Evangeline's expression changed. She did not know how powerful Qingyi was. Nevertheless, she did not want to fight anymore. Sienna was not a must-kill target. Hence, she turned around and ran without hesitation. Seeing Evangeline's attempt to flee, Qingyi quickly gave chase. Sienna and Cheryl looked in the direction where the two disappeared and sighed. Clearly, it was not a fight that they could participate in. It was a battle between two monsters. "Bitch, weren't you full of yourself just now? Stop running if you dare!" Incensed, Evangeline stopped at once. She had never been humiliated like this before. "Do you really think I'm scared of you? Then why were you running away?" Qingyi provoked. Evangeline sneered. Then, her body began to deform and arms stretched out from her back. One arm, 2, 3, 4. "Are you going to transform into thousand-hand bodhisattva?" Soon, Evangeline had 30 or 40 arms on her body. There were too many for Qingyi to count. Nevertheless, this was not the most frightening part. Most of her arms had magic wands on them. "Transform! Vine entanglement! Subsidence! Fuck! That's OP!" Qingyi jumped and dodged the 3 spells. Evangeline had just cast 3 spells. Moreover, they were instant casts. To be honest, Qingyi was really no match for Evangeline in terms of sorcery. Before Qingyi could regain his footing, Evangeline predicted his movement and cast another spell. "Earth Seal!" Qingyi realized that he was standing on a magical hexagram, his feet glued to the ground. Evangeline looked at Qingyi with a ferocious smile. "Now, do you understand the difference between us?" Qingyi rubbed his nose and shrugged. "Well, you're indeed better than me at magic. Man, I now give you a chance to surrender. Bitch, can you stop playing the surrender game? If you look slightly more normal, I might just surrender, but you look really disgusting." "I'm glad that I didn't have dinner, or I would die throwing up." "Are you really so eager to die?" Gloom flashed across Evangeline's eyes. "If only you can kill me. You're playing with fire." Evangeline pointed at Qingyi with her finger. "Disease." Qingyi's cursed eye opened at once. The mouth of Glutton also devoured the curse instantly. After consuming the curse, Qingyi felt much more energetic. "Swallow all?" Evangeline looked at Qingyi in surprise. "You know a spell from the 7 demon kings?" With the knowledge of more than a dozen witches, Evangeline naturally knew what a 7 demon kings spell was. If the spell was cast by an old and powerful witch, Evangeline would not be shocked. Although not many people knew any 7 demon kings spell, there would always be a few special ones. However, importantly, the spell was cast by an Asian man. Evangeline became even more curious. At the same time, she felt that Qingyi must have some secrets on him. Hence, she was even less willing to kill Qingyi. If she could dig out the secrets, she might become even more powerful. How was that? Aren't you surprised? Qingyi glanced at his right arm. Evangeline frowned and said, "Although I can obtain your secrets from your corpse, I feel that you're strong enough. I don't mind giving you another chance to choose. Are you sure that you're going to win? If you have any other abilities, you should use them now." Evangeline sneered and looked at Qingyi. Suddenly, a demonic ritual implement appeared in Qingyi's hands. He tossed it on the ground. And then came the second one. The third, the fourth. The 10th. The 20th. "What are these?" Evangeline was confused. "I'm calling my friends," Qingyi answered. Chapter 440 Finish your curse if you want to curse me. Chapter 440 Finish your curse if you want to curse me. Sienna and Shirley stood on the side of the road, watching the fog rising in the forest. "How come there's fog? Is this a spell?" Shirley asked. "I think Chin used this the first time we met. Then that pure-blood werewolf appeared. Like this time? The fog is thicker this time," Shirley said. "Much thicker than before." Sienna felt a bit cold. A chill rose up from her feet. The fog rose up without any warning in the forest, blocking her vision of Qingyi. Just then, a phone rang. "Hey, Fei Lai. I'm busy. I'll get home later. You eat dinner first. Evangeline felt that Qingyi didn't think she was important at all. You think this mist can save you? She yelled. All her arms waved wands at the same time. Spirits of the wind, listen to my call. A large wind started up, blowing the mist apart. Evangeline's vision cleared again. But when she saw close to 30 strange things of various sizes around Qingyi, she felt her knees go weak. The creatures were all different types. Some were strong and some were weak. The one that caught her attention was the woman in white standing next to Qingyi. She looked like a ghost and radiated with a terrifying aura. What? What are these things? Things to kill you! Qingyi pointed at Evangeline. Rip her apart! Evangeline pointed her dozen wands at Qingyi, casting countless spells at him. Ah! Right then, Jessica started moving. She let out a shrill cry. The shriek seemed to tear apart the air and spread forward. In an instant, those dozen spells were destroyed by the sound waves. As if suffering from a windstorm, Evangeline was covered in injuries. This was such terrifying power. What exactly was that woman? She definitely wasn't a ghost. A ghost didn't have this kind of power. Merely her scream could scatter a dozen spells at once. Run! I can't stay here. I'll really die. Evangeline turned to flee, but then a huge creature stopped before her. This demon was called the Boar King. But despite the name, it was just a pig, an inferior demon. Boar Kings were actually very weak, but its skin was thick and tough. It was big too. If it was given an iron-toothed rake, it would look like the pig, Zhu Beiji, in the Journey to the West. Evangeline crashed against the Boar King's stomach. The demon didn't budge while Evangeline ricocheted back. She wasn't willing to give up. Evangeline cast another spell at the Boar King. However, her spells practically had no effect against demons. After all, a human couldn't compare to the endurance of demons. The spells of the human world were mostly the watered-down versions. The Boar King crashed against Evangeline. She hurriedly grabbed its tusks, but the Boar King's momentum was too big. She kept retreating, unable to stop. The next moment, the bloody hunter's claw grabbed onto Evangeline's back. Her many arms were broken directly. A two-headed snake wrapped around the lower half of her body. She fell to the ground and the Boar King slammed down on her, even crushing the two-headed snake. Ah! Evangeline cried out in pain. Don't kill her. We haven't started yet. Ever since the bloody hunter was summoned by Qingyi 3 times and news spread through town that he could get a demonic crystal every time, all the demons in town anticipated for Qingyi to summon them. The chance finally came, but he'd summoned a bit too many demons, while their opponent was actually this weak. Evangeline was on the ground before most of the demons could act. How could this be? This was practically wasting their chance to have fun in the human world. No, they definitely had to show off before the living Lord. If they didn't do anything and returned to hell empty-handed, it would be embarrassing. Living Lord, check out my trick, the death penetration. Evangeline's head was stabbed by a demon's horn. Check out my spiral of despair. Mine is death penalty. My trick. Finally, Evangeline's body was shattered and she was on her last breath. She's close, Jessica said, glancing at her. Qingyi finally walked over to Evangeline. How is it? Does it feel good to go through the whole thing? Evangeline looked up with half-closed eyes. Her limbs were practically all destroyed. Her body had 1,000,000 holes. No matter how strong her vitality was, she wasn't actually immortal. She would die as well. These serious physical wounds were fatal to anyone, including her. Who are you? I am the bringer of justice. Suddenly, Evangeline's broken body shot up. I curse you. But her head happened to get sucked into the mouth of gluttony. Her head was stuck in there while her body kept wriggling, seemingly struggling for the last time. Why don't you finish your curse? This makes me uncomfortable. The mouth of gluttony opened to the max and swallowed Evangeline whole. Qingyi sat on the ground, feeling very, very full. You guys line up. Each one gets a demonic crystal. The moment Evangeline was destroyed, Qingyi realized that the metal box in his spatial ring had a new crystal. It wasn't a demonic crystal but an angelic crystal. A perfect angelic crystal. It wasn't only one either. Instead, it was 4 or 5 perfect angelic crystals stuck together. After he rewarded the demons, he sent them back to hell. Only Jessica remained. Qingyi made her stay specifically. Jessica, how is the fight between Lord Zophi and his neighbor? The Lord has the upper hand, but they are very strong as well. It's hard to determine the victor yet. I have a fatal weapon, but I'm afraid you won't be able to take it to hell. What weapon? Perfect angelic crystal. Jessica gasped. You have perfect angelic crystals? Yes. I cannot take it. That thing will cause enormous damage to me. Then I'll bring it the next time I go to hell, but don't summon me too suddenly. Have Abitos tell me beforehand. Chapter 441 He's Probably Dead. Chapter 441 He's Probably Dead. The fog has dissipated. I wonder what's happened inside. Should we go in and take a look? What if Chen lost? Sienna and Cheryl were both worried and scared. After all, they had seen for themselves how terrifying Evangeline was. Could Qingyi really defeat Evangeline? While Qingyi was powerful too, Evangeline was more formidable. Just then, a car shot towards them at high speed. In an instant, the car stopped before them and Chris rushed out. Sienna, Cheryl, are you all right? Chris looked at the two in worry. We're fine. How did you find us? Your sister brought me here, Chris said. Rupert also alighted from the car with Camilla. Then, Rupert stared at the car components scattered all over the ground, as well as the now flattened car. What happened here? Camilla gasped. It was the real world, not a movie. No sorcerer here could shatter the earth and overturn the seas. The devastation before them was astonishing enough. Where's Evangeline? Rupert asked. I think she's battling with Chen in the woods, Sienna said. Is he mad? Does he know what he's doing? Rupert exclaimed. He's literally trying to kill himself. Let's leave now. After Evangeline kills him, she'll certainly be back. We'll be doomed by then. No, Chen's not going to lose. He's very powerful, Cheryl said. Really? Rupert did not believe her. In just that day, more than a dozen witches had been killed, which was enough to show how frightening Evangeline was. Did they still have hope in him? How ridiculous. Sienna, stop being stubborn. Let's go before it's too late, Rupert urged. Sienna shook her head and said resolutely, Chen came here to save me. He might be in danger now. I can't leave. Teacher, please say something, Rupert said helplessly. Camilla hesitated for a moment. Sienna, let's go. It's really impossible. If we stay, we'll only add to Evangeline's trophy collection, which is meaningless. If you want to avenge your friend, you should stay alive and summon more witches to attack Evangeline. Staying here will bring nothing but more deaths. Camilla was similarly not confident in Qingyi. After all, Evangeline had such an alarming battle record. It was worse than the ghost ship last time. Ghost ships were dangerous because they would float on the sea. That time, more than 10 witches went to fight the ghost ship. They lost only because they were trapped in the sea. But Evangeline was different. She was purely a powerful individual. Thus, Camilla was pretty sure that Qingyi would never come out of the forest again. Sienna! Where are you going? Are you mad? Rupert stopped Sienna. Rupert almost went insane when she saw Sienna walk toward the forest. Why would Sienna be so stupid despite having the same teacher as her? Even if Chen has died, I won't let his body lie in the wild, Sienna said lightly. Cheryl, leave with Chris first. No, I think that Chen can win, Cheryl said stubbornly. I'm not leaving either. I'm going in, Chris insisted with a similar tone. She was not afraid, or she would not have come here. More precisely, her concern towards Sienna and Cheryl suppressed her fear. 3 mad women. Rupert turned around and left. Just go in and kill yourself. I'm not going in. However, after taking a few steps, Rupert turned around and cursed. Fuck! Why am I doing this? I should be lying in bed with my puppet now. The 4 women and a spirit entered the forest. While the fog was gone, the forest was still ghastly. Everyone walked with great care, not even daring to make the slightest of noise. Rupert, who had been cursing outside the forest, also kept quiet. There's nothing here. Maybe they've gone back to sleep. I think we should turn back, Rupert muttered. Shut up, Sienna roared softly in annoyance. Crack. Suddenly, Chris stopped. The other 3 also stood still. Chris, what happened? I think I stepped on something. The group lowered their heads. It was something long. Then, Chris started to scream. It was an arm. Shh. Quiet, quiet! Sienna quickly covered Chris's mouth to prevent her from yelling again. Why? Why is there an arm here? Chris's face paled in horror, and she could not calm down. Let's leave. That Chinese must be dead by now. Shut up. Ignoring Rupert's reaction, Sienna, Chris, and Cheryl were determined to keep moving. Whose arm was that? Rupert asked. None of the 3 answered or was willing to answer. I think it belongs to a female, Camilla said. Sienna's eyes brightened. Teacher, you mean that wasn't Chen's arm? No, a man's arm should be thicker than that, Camilla said. So Chen managed to pull Evangeline's arm off during the battle? You left too quickly today to hear about it, but when Evangeline attacked one of the witches, she turned into a horrifying form. She had dozens of arms on her body, Rupert said. But she's never used it before me. Because you're too weak for her. That Chinese must have enraged her. That's why she transformed into that form. Hearing Rupert's words, Sienna, Chris, and Cheryl felt even more worried and uneasy. Look! There! Puke! The group saw many arms and pools of blood all over the ground. What an intense battle! Camilla commented. That wizard's quite powerful. Look at what he's done to Evangeline. Chun! Chen's there! Cheryl suddenly exclaimed in excitement. Everyone saw Chen Zhao sitting under a tree. They charged forward at once and Sienna tried to pull him up from the ground. Chen, what happened? Chen, wake up. Chapter 442 Victoria. Chapter 442 Victoria. Stop shaking, Chen Zhao called out. I'm awake, I'm awake. He'd eaten too much and couldn't keep walking, so he'd sat down before a tree. Then he ended up falling asleep. He didn't know how long he'd slept before being shaken awake by Sienna. Chen, are you hurt? Where's Evangeline? She's dead, Chen Zhao said. She won't threaten you anymore. You won? Yes. You really won? The group didn't believe it. Yeah. Then where's Evangeline's body? Try piecing it together. You might get a full body. Chen Zhao pointed at the bits of flesh and carnage in the distance. It had all been sliced down from Evangeline. Chen, did you really win Evangeline? Yeah. Chen Zhao touched his right arm. You're not hurt? Rupert studied Chen Zhao, still in disbelief. How terrifying was Evangeline? Everyone here knew. But now, this wizard said that he defeated Evangeline without getting hurt at all. Who would believe that? Be careful. Shirley had been supporting Chen Zhao, but she tripped and brought Chen Zhao down too. Chen Zhao hurriedly held onto a tree nearby. Crack! The tree was about the width of a thigh and it fell at Chen Zhao's touch. The 4 women and a ghost gaped at Chen Zhao. Chen, just how strong are you? He'd lost control of his strength again. He probably couldn't touch Fei Lai today again. After exiting the forest, Chen Zhao let out a long sigh. Okay, the problem's solved. I need to get back. Chen, thank you. No need to thank me. You should thank Chris. She's the one who took out your razor. Chen Zhao took out Sienna's razor. But how come I couldn't find your scent? Thankfully, there's a bit of your magic left on it. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to find you. Sienna exploded in anger and snatched the razor from his hands. But the others couldn't see her expression clearly in the night. Chris, why couldn't you find something else? Why did you have to take this out? I just grabbed it and didn't think too much. Chen Zhao didn't go with Sienna and the others. A while later, a black shadow suddenly darted out from the side of the road. Chen Zhao was taken by surprise. Then there was a loud crash. He got out of the car and saw that the hood was completely distorted and there was a wild pig on the ground. The pig kept screaming miserably. When Chen Zhao went over, the pig squirmed violently. However, its front legs seemed to have been broken and couldn't move. Chen Zhao pressed it down, making it struggle even harder. However, it wasn't easy for it to fight against Chen Zhao's strength. Sleep! Chen Zhao hypnotized the pig and tossed it in the trunk. He remembered that he'd promised to give Morgary a pet. Perfect. This pig could be his companion. He fed the pig some intelligence potion and then drove toward Morgary's hiding spot. When he got to the highway outside the hiding spot, Chen Zhao picked the pig up and walked toward the mountain forest. While walking, he dug out his phone. Morgary, I'm coming. Morgary was waiting outside the cave. He saw Chen Zhao come with a wild pig. Haha. Chen, you know that I haven't had meat recently and brought me a pig? You're so good to me. Fuck off, this is the pet I'm giving you. It's not food. If you dare eat it, I'll kill you. What? Are you kidding? You're giving me a wild boar for a pet? Yes. Is there a problem? I don't want it. I definitely will not have a pig for a pet. It's as smart as Princess. Morgary was tempted. Are you sure? When have I ever lied to you? It really is as smart as Princess? Yes. Do you want it? If you don't, I'll take it home. I want it. But how come it's hurt? When I was bringing it over, it jumped out of the car and got hurt. That's sad. Oh, what's it called? I haven't named it yet. I was waiting for you. Call it Victoria, Morgary said. Is there something special about this name? Chen Zhao asked curiously. I had a dog before called Victoria. Okay, I have to treat its legs. Victoria woke up while Chen Zhao was treating it. However, it didn't have its original fear. Instead, it looked at Chen Zhao and Morgary with confusion. Take out what food you have and feed it, Chen Zhao said. Morgary hurriedly took out some food. Victoria didn't reject him. When it looked at Morgary, it seemed to have something else in its gaze. You have to talk to it more, Chen Zhao said. It's smart. The more you say, the more it can understand. Princess is smart because I'm always talking to it. Oh, okay. Victoria's injuries aren't bad. It should be okay in 2 days. You'll have to take more care of it before that. Chen, can you get me a car? Morgary asked, a bit embarrassed. After all, he was basically eating Chen Zhao's food, using his stuff, and asking him for other things. Morgary had a big ego. He would never proactively ask unless he had no other choice. Sure. I'll get you a car when I bring you things in a few days. Thank you, Chen. Chen Zhao hugged Morgary. When he saw Morgary's eyes, he felt that the man had to go out for a bit. No one was willing to stay in the mountain and live like a caveman for life. Morgary probably planned on doing some things. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. Morgary nodded. Chen, when did you start seeing me as a friend? Chen Zhao thought back to how he met Morgary. The first meeting wasn't a happy one. That time, Morgary's boss had been shot. If Chen Zhao hadn't been able to save his boss, Morgary definitely would have killed him. Probably when we were both beaten up by Gaia. The two started laughing stupidly. Sometimes men's friendships were just that strange. The first time, they separated on bad terms. The second time Morgary went to find him, Chen Zhao had accepted grudgingly because of the money. The third time, it felt natural. Chapter 443 Slave Owner and the Madam. Chapter 443 Slave Owner and the Madam. When Chen Zhao returned home, Fei Lai was still awake. She immediately went to prepare dinner for him. Fei Lai, wait, I have something to show you. What? To be accurate, it's not a thing, Chen Zhao said, smiling. Let me go to the basement. Chen Zhao rushed downstairs. After a while, he brought 10 underlings from the basement. What are these? Fei Lai was not scared of the 10 strange little things beside Chen Zhao. After all, she had seen things that were much more terrifying. The 10 underlings did not look very frightening. Of course, they were not cute either. They're called underlings. Starting today, they'll be our servants, Chen Zhao said. Do they have names? Nope. Then can I give them names? Of course, but don't pick anything complicated. I don't think they can remember those. Are they very dumb? Actually, they're smarter than Princess, but they generally do not have names. They live in groups and have a very weak concept of individuality. It's like a nest of ants. Will you name every ant? But I just want to name them. No problem, Chen Zhao said with bitter laughter. It was one of the few times when Fei Lai was playful. Chen Zhao waved his arm and the 10 underlings stood before them in a row. Master, madam. They sound weird. They can't speak any human language. To be fair, they spent quite a long time just to learn those 2 words. Then how should I ask them to do stuff for me? That will be easy. They're very talented in this area. To be blunt, underlings were professional servants in hell. They could complete any manual work to an outstanding extent. If an underling lost its job, it would lose its significance. They would even give up and feed themselves to wyverns. Perhaps that would be their last contribution in life. Although they could not speak any human language, they were not stupid. If required by their job, they would very quickly adapt to any new environment and language. From today, you'll be the slave owner, madam. No, that sounds so ugly. Then, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai brought the 10 underlings around the house, teaching them some general knowledge in the meantime. Of course, Chen Zhao and Blackie had already taught them most things in the crevice. All they lacked now was practice. For example, if there was a visitor, they had to hide and make sure that they would not be discovered. In addition, when Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were not at home, they had to take care of the pets. They learned this really quickly. After all, most of them had the experience of raising wyverns. With the underlings to look after the pets, Chen Zhao no longer needed to bring them whatever he went. In the past, Chen Zhao was worried that his pets would not take care of themselves or would destroy the house if left alone. Take Black Ma and White Ma for example. Although they seemed lively, they were still somewhat sensitive. For example, they would feel sad if they saw Princess being praised. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai liked to lean against Princess. Knowing this, the silly twins would mimic Princess's posture every day and lie before Chen Zhao and Fei Lai, hoping that they would lean against them instead. To be honest, while they were huge, they were much less comfortable to lean on. Half of Princess's body was fat, which made her really soft. In addition, the silly twins could not maintain any posture for more than 5 minutes before they had to move. On the other hand, Princess would not sit if she could lie down, would not stand if she could sit, and would not move if she could stay still. She was literally the land version of Aman. Lastly, because the house was so large, most areas required regular cleaning. With underling helpers, this would become much easier. The next day, once Fei Lai and Chen Zhao got out of bed, a few underlings immediately came in to tidy their bed and wash their pajamas. Then, they prepared breakfast for the pets and ready toiletries for the 2. They finished everything without any reminder. To underlings, these were basic work. They could understand them without any commands. Fei Lai finally experienced what it was like to be a master. The underlings really knew how to take care of people. They would not even stop for a second. A, B, C, D, E, go and fertilize the plants around. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, go and clean the entire house. Also, change and wash the quilts. Upon receiving Chen Zhao's order, the 10 underlings began working at once. Chen, are you going out today? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. But not so early. All right. I'm going to work now. See you? Chen Zhao kissed Fei Lai and watched as she left in her car. Shortly after Fei Lai left, a truck came. Gaia alighted from the truck. Chen, I brought you your special fitness equipment according to your request. A few workers walked up and asked, Sir, where should we place the equipment? Just carry them down and place them on the ground. Chen Zhao said. Sir, the equipment is very heavy. We need machines for loading and unloading. Are you sure you don't need us to deliver them into your house? Just listen to him and place them on the ground. All right. The workers placed the fitness equipment before the villa. After receiving a tip from Chen Zhao, they left. How much does all this cost? 20,000. I don't have that much cash. I'll transfer you later. You sure you can use these? Gaia stared at Chen Zhao. The smallest piece of equipment was a 300-kilogram dumbbell. As for the barbell, the bar alone was 3 meters long and 10 centimeters in diameter. It was difficult to even hold it with one hand. The bar itself weighed 50 kilograms. The smallest weight was 100 kilograms heavy, while the biggest was 500 kilograms, and there were 20 pieces of them. Chen Zhao grabbed the bar and started to add the heaviest weights. 1, 2, 3. Chen Zhao placed 4 pieces on each side. With the weight of the barbell now weighed over 4,000 kilograms. Gaia stared at Chen Zhao. Can he really lift such a heavy object? No way. No human can lift this. Chapter 444 Xiangliu Qingyi. Chapter 444 Xiangliu Qingyi. Chen Zhao tried his strength. This weight was pretty much his limit. He couldn't pick it up with one hand. He applied force and pulled. The bar lifted. Gaia's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Right now, Chen Zhao was a monster to her. He could only lift the 4-ton barbell to his chest. He couldn't lift it over his head like standard weightlifting. Thud. Chen Zhao tossed the barbell down. His left arm was clearly weaker than his right. Of course, he was already strong enough for regular situations. Right now, I'm doubting if you're a human. Well, I'm not a regular human. Is it possible for me to reach this level? Chen Zhao thought about it and replied. My situation is a bit special. But you can still surpass your current limit. How much will it cost? Train Tiger well, how about that? I'm only in charge of his technique. You're definitely more professional in terms of strength and fitness. Then after he recovers fully in a bit, I'll train both of you for fitness. Gaia nodded. Chen Zhao agreed to her request because of their friendship, so she wouldn't take advantage of it. After sitting in Chen Zhao's house for an hour and touring it, she left. Chen Zhao didn't plan on moving Gaia's equipment into the house. It would damage the infrastructure if it fell onto the ground. He planned on just leaving it outside. After exercising for half an hour, he started getting ready. He washed up and put on a casual outfit to go out. He always cared about his appearance. Whether he went out for work or visiting friends, he would always tidy himself up. Today's schedule was to visit the Shan family. Yesterday, Shan had called, saying that his father's situation may have changed. Chen Zhao had to go look. When he reached the manor, the atmosphere was still heavy. They were the mafia, after all. But Chen Zhao was a regular guest, so he was led into the manor after a slight check. Mr. Chen. Shan went over to him and shook his hand. Chen Zhao had proven his abilities in the past few months. Shan's father had been declared to only have 3 months left, but Chen Zhao had already stretched out that number. Thus, he also gained Shan's trust. Shan would notify him immediately about his father's condition. Mr. Shan, how is your father? I don't know about the specifics, but according to the servant taking care of him, his facial muscles keep twitching. When did it start? Yesterday. Shan took Chen Zhao to old Shan's bedroom. Old Shan was in the wheelchair, as always, and had 2 servants beside him. Shan waved his hand and the servants left. Chen Zhao went over to check old Shan's pulse, heartbeat, and tongue. Then he asked, What has old Shan eaten these past few days? Are you saying that he was poisoned? No, it's just a routine question. He would have a daily bottle of nutritious liquid and oatmeal with some meat. It's like that every day. Anything else? I don't think so. Check your father's servants or the kitchen. So it's still poison? It's only a minor amount of poison from red spider lily, Qingyi said. The red spider lily had a more well-known name, hellflower. Of course, it wasn't able to actually send you to hell. It could be put in medicine but had certain toxicity. It was pretty widespread, though it was mainly produced in Southeast Asia. It wasn't a rare type of plant. The hellflower wasn't highly poisonous. Of course, if you consumed too much or had health like old Sean, it could still easily be fatal. The person who did this was very careful. Old Sean only showed slight symptoms as well. After giving old Sean some antidote, Qingyi gave Sean some advice. Mr. Sean, I shouldn't get involved in your family matters, but I hope you do things after investigating fully instead of killing everyone related. Sean looked at him, surprised. After a pause, he nodded. Okay. Qingyi went to Ethan's motel. After greeting him, Qingyi went straight to Li Qing's room. Auntie Li, I'm here to check on you. Mr. Chen, I'm much better. You don't have to visit me every day. It's all right. I don't have much to do either. Li Qing glanced at Qingyi and studied him for a bit. Mr. Chen, you seem well today. Your brows are smooth. The shadows from earlier have disappeared. Did you solve some big problem? Qingyi smiled. Li Qing's eyes were as sharp as ever. I took care of that thing. You did it by yourself? No, I had some friends. Mr. Chen has wide connections as expected. Oh, did you read the scriptures of my Qingyi sect? I read some. Is there anything that you don't understand? Qingyi listed everything that he didn't understand and Li Qing answered them one by one. The Qingyi sect wasn't a big sect in China. It had experienced many ups and downs to be passed on to the present day. Its style was small but detailed. It didn't have any majestic or shocking spells. Most of the techniques were used for individuals, with some auxiliary techniques mixed in. This had something to do with the founder of the Qingyi sect, Xiangliu Qingyi. Rather than the evil god by the same name, this man was from the end of the Tang dynasty. At first, Xiangliu was the heir of the Mai sect. He was greatly talented and received the true inheritance of Mai. Then he left the mountain and wandered through the world. He became known for his medical abilities and saved many lives. Because war erupted often, the commoners had difficult lives. Xiangliu started his own sect and took up Qingyi as his title. Xiangliu was the title given to him by his teacher in the Mai sect. He kept this name to show respect for the Mai sect. Later, people referred to the founder of the Qingyi sect as Xiangliu Qingyi. He'd read many medical books, so many of the Qingyi sect's techniques were related to medical practices. It also contained the techniques of the Mai sect, so it was also able to defeat demons. The Mai sect was actually a branch of the Mao Mountain School, which was part of Taoism. Xiangliu Qingyi had started his own sect, but he never declared that he'd left the Mai sect. Thus, Qingyi and Mai were both closely connected to the Mao Mountain School. Qingyi could also tell from Li Qing's words that she guessed the Mai sect or Mao Mountain School had suggested Xiangliu Qingyi to found the Qingyi sect. The reason didn't have anything to do with modern-day matters, so it was just a topic for chit-chat. Qingyi and Li Qing weren't historians. They didn't have to be completely clear about things that had happened more than 1,000 years ago. When Qingyi got home, Abitos crawled to him and placed his forelimbs on Qingyi's body. Ada, father said that he'll summon you to hell tonight. Okay, at midnight still? Yes. Qingyi summoned Samuel. Samuel, I need the skeletons of demonic beasts, preferably those with magical power. You need to trade something with me. Those skeletons are just piled up before your place. Don't you feel embarrassed for being so greedy? Why would I be embarrassed? They still belong to me, even if they're useless. Also, I've made my investigation. Fried chicken drumsticks and ham sausages are just ordinary food. You've been using cheap items to trade with me. Samuel stared at Qingyi with righteous indignation. Wait, you're the one who wanted the trade, not me. I don't care. I feel deceived. Fine, so the deal is off then? Forget it. I'll find another demon. You're not the only demon in hell. I don't accept this. Who dares to trade with you? Do you believe that I'll go and destroy the true forms of those petty demons around you now? Qingyi suddenly took out the enormous piece of perfect angelic crystal. What did you say? Repeat that. Wait, take that away from me. Damn. Why do you have such a holy object? Samuel wanted to escape, but Qingyi grabbed his neck. He could not break free at all. The other pets in the house had long fled from the place. None of them would stay in the living room. The entire villa was enveloped in a holy aura. Samuel was both the weakest and the strongest demon present. Moreover, he was closest to the perfect angelic crystal. The Samuel Qingyi was holding was only a projection, but just like a person's limbs, it would affect his true form. Samuel's true form was in as much pain as his projection. Of course, the perfect angelic crystal was far from enough to kill Samuel. His true form would continuously send power to his projection, which was therefore unkillable. Precisely because of that, however, he would consistently receive damage from the perfect crystal. Fine. I apologize. Then let's talk about the deal. Chapter 446 Forest Shepherd. Chapter 446 Forest Shepherd. I want 100 cows. Samuel knew how to make huge demands now. Then he added, I want the kind from last time. The kind from last time? The kind that Rhea had brought? Qingyi had asked around. That cow's market price was around $1,500. This meant that he would have to spend $150,000. All right, it was unrealistic for him to keep taking advantage of Samuel. This kind of request was reasonable. Hi, Rhea. It's Qingyi. How come you're calling me? Rhea was surprised to get his call. I need cows. I'd supplied you last time because it was a special reason. Don't think you can take advantage of me every time. I didn't plan on taking advantage. I want 100 cows. Sell them according to market value. Why do you need so many cows? Well, I want them. Will you sell them? Sure, but where do you want me to bring them to? Since it was a regular exchange, Rhea had no reason to reject him. After all, her ranch was an open business. 100 cows was only small business, but she'd attended Qingyi's party, so she still had to help him. Take them to my house. You don't plan on raising cows near your house, right? I've been there. It's not suitable for cows. The salt content is too high. It's difficult to plant trees, let alone ranch pastures. Plus, you know the smell too. I advise against raising cows in your own house. You got it wrong. I don't plan on raising them. I just need beef. Beef? You want to feed everyone in town to eat beef? It's a personal need. Anyway, transport them over. Fine. An hour later, Rhea drove 2 trucks over. These were specially for transporting cows. They were up to 20 meters long and had 4 levels. One truck could fit 50 cows. Just put them here, Rhea asked. Leave the trucks here for now. I don't want to let them out and shit everyone. Even inside the truck, they already had a strong smell. If they were released, the surroundings would probably all be polluted. Even though their manure was good fertilizer, Qingyi really didn't want it. These 2 trucks are more expensive than the 100 cows. Borrowing. I'm just borrowing them. After Qingyi paid, Rhea brought her crew away. Qingyi put all the cows into the spatial ring. Thankfully, it was windy here. The smell quickly dissipated in the wind. It didn't pollute the environment around his home. After waiting an hour, Qingyi had Rhea call someone over to drive the trucks away. Feilai, I have to go to that place after midnight. 24 hours. Oh, shouldn't you bring some things to your friends over there? I already did, Qingyi said, pursing his lips. 100 cows. 100 cows? Do you have a lot of friends there? Fei Lai, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Then what should I ask? Whatever, nothing. 100 cows, $150,000. Qin Zhao's heart was in pain. Meow meow. Don't be sad. I'll just compensate you something. Qin Zhao glanced at Samuel. Go away. Stop annoying me. Before midnight came, Samuel stuck to Qin Zhao's side. I really will compensate you. What do you want? I'm serious. I swear as a demon king. Samuel might have thought that he'd really made a huge demand this time and felt bad. How about I give you a forest shepherd? Samuel asked. What's that? Those tree people you saw when you came to hell that day. They're the forest shepherds. What do? They can take care of the plants nearby. Like, they can control what plants need what nutrients. A forest shepherd can control an entire forest. Qin Zhao was tempted. His house was built, but it lacked greenery. After all, turning a place green couldn't be done in a day. His original plan was being able to see verdure when he looked in the back. But because of the soil here, the backyard was still very empty. The bushes he'd planted were sparse too. It would be difficult to have changes in the next few years. If he could have a forest shepherd, this might change. Are you sure they can adjust to the soil and environment of the human world? Of course. They're not demons. They're not demons? They're a type of tree spirit and can adjust to any environment, even deserts. They can also change themselves to adjust to the environment. Okay. Since you're so sincere, I'll manage to forgive you this time. You forgave me? Yes. Then can you give me some spices? Shit. Qin Zhao should have known that this bastard was taking a step back and apologizing to him for an ulterior motive. He wanted spices from the human world. But those who took from others had to give in. Qin Zhao could only go to the supermarket and buy all the spices there. When the worker saw him take all the spices, he thought Qin Zhao had gone crazy. But it's Obito's dad summoning me this time. Do you know where his territory is? I don't need to know. I only have to remember your smell. I can find you even if you're on the other end of the blood sea. Oh, Obito's dad is fighting with one of your subordinates. Don't get involved. Adults never get involved in children's fights. Samuel said indifferently. To Samuel, Beelzebub Sophie's war with his neighbor was like kids fighting. Qin Zhao waited until midnight. The summoning came as planned. Kaboom! A giant explosion sounded in his ears. The ground shook as well. Qin Zhao felt that the tall platform under him was breaking apart. It wasn't just a feeling. It really was breaking. Help! Qin Zhao freaked out. A 100-meter tall monster was ramming against the platform. The ground slipped away from him. He started falling toward the beast's head. This beast was Lord Logan's true form, a huge black lion. When Qin Zhao fell on his head, Logan also noticed him. I'd heard long ago that Beelzebub Sophie knows a living being. Logan's voice boomed in Qin Zhao's ears. It really is true. Chapter 447 The Most Miserable Trip to Hell. Chapter 447 The Most Miserable Trip to Hell. Just then, Beelzebub Sophie and Oris transformed into their true forms and leaped at Lord Logan. Clearly, they did not expect Logan to suddenly attack them during Qin Zhao's summoning. As a result, Qin Zhao was captured. He lay on Logan's head, holding on to his mane tightly. With his current power, Qin Zhao was not much better than an ant before a real superior demon. Leave the living! Beelzebub Sophie attempted to bite Logan. But all he received was a scratch on the face. Beelzebub Sophie did not dare to use full strength, given that Qin Zhao was on Logan's head. He and Oris only wanted to get Qin Zhao back. Logan knew that too, so he was not planning to fight at all. Whoosh! Flapping his black wings, Logan was already thousands of meters away. With his bloated body, Beelzebub Sophie was too slow to chase Logan. Speed was not his forte. On the other hand, Oris dove from the sky and gave chase. Her speed was not slow, even very fast. However, just then, a few superior demons blocked her path. They were there to help in Logan's retreat. But could they stop Oris? Certainly not. Oris was a fire dragon, in addition to being a superior demon. She was one of the strongest demons below demon kings. Blocking Oris with a few superior demons was similar to blocking a fierce tiger with a few dogs. The few superior demons only managed to be a foil for Oris' powers. However, with just the few minutes that they had delayed, Logan made his getaway. "Logan, I'm going to burn you to ashes. Come back! Come back! You coward! Bastard!" Logan knew that there was no turning back. Oris and Beelzebub Sophie must have launched an attack on his territory. From their insane status just now, it was clear that they would not give up until one of the parties was annihilated. "Human, work with me. I will give you whatever Beelzebub Sophie would give you." "No," Chen Zhao rejected at once. "Then I'll have to kill you." "Wait, I'm suddenly interested in cooperation. Let's discuss the details." All Chen Zhao had to do now was to make as much time as possible and wait for Oris and Beelzebub Sophie's rescue. Or for Samuel to arrive. Before any of this happened, he had to stay alive. "What details?" "I need angelic crystals." "Give me all your angelic crystals." "Then what will you give me in return?" "Your life," Logan said. "What else?" Chen Zhao's face darkened. Logan was clearly going to rob him. "And I won't hurt you." "And?" "Nothing," Logan answered. "Do you know what Beelzebub Sophie gives me during a trade?" "I don't need to know. I'm not a fool like him," Logan interrupted Chen Zhao. "Remember that your life is in my hands." Chen Zhao had no idea how much distance Logan had flown for. Finally, he stopped in a mountain forest and turned to normal form. Logan's normal form was 3 meters tall. He had a lion head and a tail and looked pretty burly. "Human, have you made up your mind? Without any benefits, I will not trade or cooperate with you. Even if I kill you?" Chen Zhao kept silent, thinking about whether he should compromise or be stubborn. It was a big problem. Logan looked very irascible. Chen Zhao really suspected if he could survive a single blow from him. "Fine. I'm scared." Chen Zhao took out an angelic crystal and Logan grabbed it. He seemed disgusted, but he did not run away from the crystal like most demons would. "More? Don't tell me you only have one." "I indeed only have one," Chen Zhao said helplessly. "One is not enough to keep your life." Chen Zhao unwillingly took out another piece. "You've just shattered my impression of demons. Petty human, this is hell. A great lord is standing before you. Not every demon is as abject as Beelzebub Sophie," Logan announced proudly. "Logan is as sickening as those racists. I don't understand why a human can be so respected in hell. How ridiculous and foolish." Logan stared at Chen Zhao from above. "Give me all your angelic crystals. I know you have more." "No, I don't." "No, you do. Beelzebub Sophie and Oris would not have been so aggressive unless they have more angelic crystals." Chen Zhao looked at Logan. "What if I'm not giving them to you? I have many ways to make sure you do." With a ferocious smile, Logan pointed his finger at Chen Zhao's chest. Immediately, Chen Zhao's chest was penetrated and a beam of blood erupted. "Like this." Chen Zhao collapsed onto the ground and covered his chest in agony. Many black markings appeared around the wound. Logan stepped on Chen Zhao with one foot and looked at him from above. "Human, never challenge me. My temper isn't great." Chen Zhao vomited some blood from his mouth, but he stared at Logan with an unyielding look. "If I have the chance, I'll repay you with pain that's 1,000 times worse than this." "Ha ha. Human, do you really think you'll have the chance to avenge yourself?" Logan laughed wildly. Logan lowered his body and scratched Chen Zhao's chest with his finger. His claws were sharper than the sharpest dagger. He really enjoyed torturing and killing the weak. "When you've made up your mind, I'll give you a quick death." Qin Zhao panted loudly as severe pains struck each of his nerves. You better kill me quickly, or you'll lose the opportunity to. Qin Zhao gritted his teeth, his face filled with ruthlessness. No, I shall torture you slowly. Not just your body, but also your soul. You'll suffer eternal torment. Accept your fate. Chapter 448 Cruel Kill. Chapter 448 Cruel Kill. Last chance? Why do I need a chance to kill you? I can do that whenever I want. Logan sneered. Chen Zhao smiled meaningfully and covered his ears. Boom. The next moment, Logan's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Completely shocked, he looked at the black shadow that appeared before him. The black and deep power was filled with boundless fury. Logan gulped. The power was enough to freeze his blood. Your Majesty, Logan gives you the greatest respect. Logan knelt on the ground. Who told you to attack my guest? Samuel stared coldly at Logan. Qin Zhao stood up with difficulty and looked down at his chest. Not only was there a fist-sized hole, but there were also many black threads around it. Samuel, help me look at what this is. Samuel turned and looked at Qin Zhao's chest. He grinned. Not bad. From now on, you'll be my descendant. How about you change your name to Samuel Qin Zhao? What do you think? Fuck off, Qin Zhao said with a dark expression. Logan's knees turned weak. This human was Samuel's guest? But didn't Beelzebub Zophi summon him? How did he become the guest of the King of Wrath? Judging from their conversation, they were very familiar too. What's so bad about being my descendant? You can have a pair of cool black wings. I'm gonna lose my temper. Fine, Samuel said unwillingly. I'll extract the blood of wrath from you later. He pointed at Logan. How should we deal with him? Looking at Logan, Qin Zhao suddenly grinned. However, this moved his injury and he hissed at the pain. Lord Logan, do you remember what I said earlier? Living Lord. I'm very sorry for my offense. No need to apologize, Qin Zhao said, smiling. I'm a very kind person. I'll never hold a grudge. Logan smiled inwardly. This truly was a stupid human. Samuel, help me capture him. What do you want to do to him? Just hand him over to me. No, this is my personal matter. Samuel reached out. A black shadow broke free from his hand and whooshed toward Logan. Logan was unable to fight off the King of Wrath's restraint. He could only get restrained obediently. However, he wasn't worried. As long as the King of Wrath didn't act, a human couldn't do anything to him. You wanted the angelic crystals? I'll give them to you. Qin Zhao took out the biggest perfect angelic crystal. Logan could feel the pure light radiating from the crystal. It was like a red-hot brand and made him feel extremely uncomfortable. You want angelic crystals, right? You want angelic crystals? For you, all for you. Qin Zhao grabbed the perfect angelic crystal and slammed it down on Logan's head. A few hits later, Logan's head was covered in blood. Force his mouth open, Qin Zhao called. Samuel didn't care if his descendant was willing or not. He forcefully opened up Logan's mouth. Ah, no. Don't do this to me. I'm willing to submit to you. I'm willing to submit. Logan finally realized the severity of this problem. Qin Zhao didn't plan on letting Logan go so easily. He stuffed the perfect angelic crystal straight into Logan's mouth. Arga! Even Samuel, the King of Wrath, found Qin Zhao's actions very cruel. You wanted the angelic crystals. I'm giving them to you. Eat it. Eat it all. Didn't you want angelic crystals? Come on, here they are. All for you. Eat it. Qin Zhao stuffed his hand into Logan's mouth. Logan bit down on Qin Zhao's hand. Qin Zhao was in pain, but he couldn't take his hand back. However, Logan had a huge piece of perfect angelic crystal in his mouth, so he couldn't bite down completely. You dare to fight back? Qin Zhao was even more furious. He activated the mouth of gluttony and bit down inside Logan's mouth. Logan finally let go. A chunk of flesh inside his mouth had fallen off. Qingyi took 2 steps back. He felt unprecedentedly full. His stomach bulged too. It was only a piece of flesh, but he actually felt fuller than eating the entire Evangeline. The hole on Qingyi's chest also healed visibly. The black threads under his skin disappeared gradually. Qingyi stared at Logan breathlessly. Logan was also on his last breath too. The perfect angelic crystal filled his mouth completely. It was like a human having a mouthful of nuclear waste. What kind of feeling was that? Just then, Samuel walked over. He dug out the piece of perfect angelic crystal and tossed it back to Qingyi. This was Samuel's true form. Nothing in this world could hurt him, not even angelic crystals, the so-called demon kryptonite. Even if powerful lords were scared, Samuel had no reaction. After all, he was a demon king. He had no enemies in hell. Qingyi caught the perfect angelic crystal. It was half its original size now. "He's not dead yet," Samuel said. "I want his flesh," Qingyi said. Samuel didn't waste time. The black shadow that split from him dug straight into Logan's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Logan's blood splashed everywhere. His flesh and bones were separated. The bones were still bloody while his flesh hovered in the air. "You want to keep the meat?" "To feed the guys at home," Qingyi said. "Take out the stuff I wanted." Qingyi tossed the 100 cows and large amounts of spice onto the ground. Samuel's black shadow whooshed across the ground and everything disappeared. Then Samuel's black shadow enlarged and a tall tree man appeared before Qingyi. This forest shepherd was 40 meters tall. He had a thick waist around 4 or 5 meters wide. He had red bark and dark green leaves. If one only looked at him, he was like a mature tree. "From now on, he is your master." "Yes, your majesty, King of Wrath." Then Samuel said, "I brought a few skeletons for you. Do you still want them?" "Bring them all." Qingyi didn't reject him. After cleaning up, Samuel said, "Okay, we're even. Next time you want anything, remember to tell my projection." With that, Samuel transformed back into a black shadow and disappeared. Qingyi didn't have time to say anything or have Samuel bring him back to Obsidian Castle before Samuel ran. "That bastard!" Qingyi cursed. He looked at the forest shepherd. "Right, what's your name?" "Master, I am Eugenius." "Do you know where Obsidian Castle is?" "Yes." "Bring me there." "Yes, master." Eugenius extended a branch. Qingyi sat on it, and Eugenius started striding forward. Chapter 449 Learning How to Make Gargoyles. Chapter 449 Learning How to Make Gargoyles. Very soon, Qingyi regretted his decision, because Eugenius is really too slow. In an hour, he merely covered a kilometer. Even Qingyi himself was faster than this. With his speed, they would not reach Obsidian Castle in years. Fortunately, Oris found them just then. "Human, here you are." Oris' enormous body landed on the ground. "Were you caught by this forest shepherd? Where is Logan? Where did he hide?" Oris was already preparing dragon breath in her mouth. Qingyi had little doubt that it would burn Eugenius into charcoal. "Oris, stop, he's my servant, not an enemy." "Servant? How did you get a forest shepherd?" "My friend gave him to me." "Your friend? Then where's Logan?" "Dead." Qingyi took out Logan's head. Oris was flabbergasted. Even a living Logan could not shock her. But a dead Logan was truly frightening. "How did you do it?" "I stuffed a perfect angelic crystal in his mouth." Oris gasped. "Tragic. Now that Logan's dead, do you still need perfect angelic crystals?" Qingyi asked. "Yes, it's something that can kill great demon lords. This will be one more guarantee for my husband and me," Oris said. "What do you need?" "I need to know how to make gargoyles. Let me bring you back to Obsidian Castle first. Keep the forest shepherd." Sitting on Oris' back, Qin Zhao could finally relax. Oris was way bigger than Obito's, in addition to her more stable and faster flight. In no time, Qin Zhao was in Obsidian Castle again. The place was filled with the wreckage of the war, as well as corpses of demons. Haha! Human, I knew you'd be fine! Beelzebub Sophie patted Qin Zhao's shoulder in excitement. Qin Zhao felt that the tap had just shortened his life by 3 years. Oris, did you save him from Logan? No, he killed Logan. No way. There's no way he could have done it. But he did. Is Logan really dead? Yes. Really? Beelzebub Sophie was even more delighted. With various demons beside him, he was about to go and rob Logan's territory. Stay here. Oris stopped Beelzebub Sophie. Human needs gargoyles and the way to make them. All right, I'll ask someone to make a few now, Beelzebub Sophie said. Be quick. He's already wasted a lot of time here. Now he only has 6 hours before his return. Fine, I'll go and prepare now. Beelzebub Sophie could only temporarily curb his urge to loot his neighbor. Turning around, he went to prepare what Qin Zhao needed. He's the best artisan in Obsidian Castle. He made the Red Moon Heart last time. Beelzebub Sophie introduced a short demon to Qin Zhao. A third of the demon's body was metal, and it seemed like he had installed it himself. Beelzebub Sophie added, Arnold, the human here is my distinguished guest. He wishes to learn how to make gargoyles. Teach him. Be detailed. Yes, my lord. Arnold saluted Beelzebub Sophie with great respect. Then, he turned to look at Qin Zhao. Living Lord, I'll now show you how to make a gargoyle. Great. Thanks, Arnold. First, use soil, or any other material with high plasticity, to make an outline. Qin Zhao watched the demonstration very carefully, and Arnold also performed it seriously. Next, place a soul into the statue, and then bake it with hellfire. Lastly, draw some magical inscriptions on the statue. Done. Simple, right? Looks simple. Have you learned it? No, can I watch again? Of course. Firstly. Lastly. Have you learned it this time? Nope. How about now? Can I place any soul? Yes. Must I use hellfire? Hellfire can incinerate any awareness left in the soul, and at the same time combine the soul with the statue. Other flames generally do not have such an effect. Arnold said, Living Lord, would you like to try it yourself? He had already given up on making them himself, which was impossible. Arnold nodded. After asking what Qin Zhao wanted, he began the creation. Gargoyles did not have a fixed form. In fact, they could come in any form. Nevertheless, the soul needed for a gargoyle's creation had to be appropriate, especially in terms of size. A human soul was certainly insufficient to drive a gargoyle the size of the Statue of Liberty. Also, while gargoyles were unkillable, they could be corroded. They could not resist the power of time. Souls would not stay forever. As time passed, they would slowly die. Moreover, they were not perpetual motion machines. The more they exercised, the more their souls would tire out. To be honest, they were very much like cars. They needed fuel to work, and there would be wear and tear. Arnold made 20 gargoyles for Qin Zhao, of which 2 were cyclopes and the rest were bat demons. Qin Zhao decided to give the 2 cyclopes to Blackie to guard the entrance of the space crevice. As for the 18 bat demons, because of their appearance and style, they must not be placed outside the villa, which would be too abrupt and weird. Qin Zhao planned to place the bat demons in the forest around the villa. In this way, even if they were activated, they would not affect the people in the villa. After obtaining the gargoyles, Qin Zhao spent the rest of the time buying hell specialties in town. Chapter 450 Terrifying Skeleton. Chapter 450 Terrifying Skeleton. Human, Beelzebub Sophie said seriously. You have a share of the war spoils. Next time you come to hell, I'll have it prepared. Bye. Qin Zhao's body disappeared gradually. As soon as Qin Zhao got home, Fei Lai came downstairs. Fei Lai, how did you know I'm back? I had the housekeeper remind me. Chen Zhao caught Fei Lai, who hopped over. Did you miss me? Fei Lai didn't speak. She just kissed him deeply. What did you bring back this time? Chen Zhao pulled Fei Lai out of the house to the backyard. Is it really big? We even have to go outside. Very big. Chen Zhao opened his hand and released Eugenius. Fei Lai was surprised as she watched Eugenius move his body slowly. A tree man? Pretty much. Chen Zhao nodded. His name is Eugenius, also known as a forest shepherd. What does that mean? He'll help us take care of the surrounding plants. In the future, if we need to plant something or make something grow faster, he can help us. Can I touch him? Of course. Fei Lai touched Eugenius' thick skin. It didn't feel any different from regular tree bark. Master, what do I need to do now? Eugenius asked. The surrounding soil isn't very good. Do you have any solutions? I can get rid of the material in the soil that is bad for plants, Eugenius said. But the soil is too poor. I can't make it fertile. Chen Zhao suddenly thought of something. He took out an angelic crystal. Is this useful toward you or the plants? Angelic crystal! Eugenius suddenly grew excited. He wasn't a demon, so he didn't fear angelic crystals. The crystal could help promote plant growth, so it naturally was effective on him too. Master, can you give that to me? Chen Zhao had taken the angelic crystal out just to give Eugenius. Take it. Great Master, thank you for your benevolence. You are even greater than Samuel. I will make all the surrounding plants grow. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. This guy was such a sweet talker. He said whatever the other wanted to hear. Would he dare to say that if Samuel was here? Is one angelic crystal enough to change the surrounding soil? Not enough. How many do you need? 5. No, 3 is enough. I'll give you 5. If the surrounding trees can't grow well enough, I'll burn you into cinders. Of course. Thank you once again for your kindness. When Chen Zhao and Fei Lai woke up the next day, they discovered that the trees in the backyard were already thriving. However, Eugenius was extremely eye-catching in the middle. He was too tall, at least twice as tall as the house. Fei Lai had the inferior demons go water Eugenius, but he didn't really need water. Plus, they were close to a lake. They could lack everything but not water. After Fei Lai went to work, Chen Zhao started arranging the stone demons. Blackie, these 2 one-eyed giants are for you. Chen Zhao, did you learn how to make the stone demons? I know the general method. But do you know how to sculpt? No. Blackie paused. I'll go learn how. And you need hellfire. After thinking, Blackie said, Actually, you don't need hellfire all the time. You can ignite it when you need it. It's best if you wait until I go to hell. Chen Zhao and Blackie didn't have that much money. Lighting hellfire was quite expensive. Plus, they didn't have the kindling. If they wanted hellfire, they would have to visit hell. If they only went to hell for the kindling, it would be very unrealistic. It was best to wait until the demons in hell summoned Chen Zhao and then get some kindling along the way. Sienna, I got the skeleton you wanted last time. Come get it. Sienna, Chris, and Shirley arrived in less than half an hour. As soon as they arrived, they started raiding his fridge. The 3 had come just to get a free meal, so they started preparing lunch immediately. She looked at the 2 bones, not daring to go forward. It's not a human's, Chen Zhao explained hurriedly, afraid that Sienna would misunderstand. I obviously know it's not a human's. Sienna glanced at him. What kind of creature is it? The magic is terrifying. I can feel my magic resonating with it. Can you use it? No shit. I've never seen such terrifying magic ripples. Did you go hunt it specially? It's probably stronger than Evangeline, right? Evangeline was nothing compared to Logan. Logan was a demon lord. Before him, Evangeline was at most just a small figure. Even Logan's subordinates were stronger than Evangeline. I didn't imagine that there would be such strong magical creatures in this world, Sienna lamented. In the recent century, there are fewer and fewer magical creatures in the natural world. It's getting more difficult to make potions. Chen, you didn't kill this creature just for the magic potion, right? No, it was an accident. I almost died in its hands. It could even put you in danger? Sienna asked, amazed. It was unprecedented danger. In terms of power, I'm much weaker than him. Sienna couldn't imagine how strong the owner of these two bones had been. Qin Zhao didn't know how she would feel if she knew that these bones belonged to a demon lord of hell. When will I get the potion? I need to collect some ingredients. Give me an estimate. Around 2 weeks. Chen, look! I caught a fish. Shirley was in a swimsuit and excitedly swung a catfish around. The catfish was at least 30 or 40 kilograms. It definitely wasn't weaker than an adult human in the water, but Shirley grabbed it easily. Shirley could only play freely at Chen Zhao's place. Plus, there were many things to play with here. There was also a group of pets. Instead of being scared, they would have fun with her. After all, regular cats and dogs would all get terrified and escape when they saw Shirley. Chapter 451 Robber Rupert. Chapter 451 Robber Rupert. After lunch, Sienna, Chris, and Cheryl left with many packs of items. The 3 bandits had come to Qin Zhao's place with a clear goal in mind. Chris, drive faster. Why are you in such a hurry? These are all good stuff. The more time we waste, the more magical power they will lose. With the magical power potions I make from these, I'll become stronger. Then we can earn more money and live in a bigger house. Can we build a house like Chen's? Cheryl asked. Both Sienna and Chris kept silent. Kid, stop making things awkward. Fine, you're still young. They would love to build a villa, but they could even afford a normal one, let alone one similar to Qin Zhao's. As soon as the 3 returned home, Rupert and Camilla approached them. What a strong magical aura! Rupert sniffed. Where is it coming from? Camilla also sniffed. Finally, the 2 looked at Sienna. At Sienna's backpack, to be precise. Sienna immediately hugged her backpack. Rupert, why are you here? Why didn't you call me in advance? Sienna, what's in your bag? Nothing. Show it to me. There's nothing. Stop coming closer to me. Rupert was used to being pampered. She cast Electrocute at Sienna at once. Sienna trembled and her backpack also dropped on the floor. Rupert immediately walked up to snatch the bag, but Cheryl seized the bag with an amazing reaction. Little girl, how dare you take my stuff? Rupert was about to cast Electrocute at Cheryl when Sienna finally recovered. She grabbed her wand and cast Electrocute back at Rupert. Rupert was knocked into the shelf behind before standing up and awkwardly. You dare to attack me? So what? Electrocute. Electrocute. Confusion. Weak. Blind. Disorientation. The entire living room was thrown into a mess by flying spells. In the end, the 2 sat on the floor, panting. Bones of a magical creature? Rupert shivered in excitement when she caught a glimpse of the bloody bones in the backpack. Her eyes glowed brightly. You're making magical power potions? Let me warn you, these are not mine but Chen's. If you dare to take them, you better be ready for his anger. Sienna used Qin Zhao to intimidate Rupert. When Rupert heard that, she began to hesitate. After all, she knew how powerful Qin Zhao was. Where did he find such a strong magical creature? Are there still creatures in the world that are this powerful? Rupert stared at the part of the bones outside the backpack. From the magical aura on the bones alone, she could tell that the creature was definitely no weaker than Evangeline, even stronger. Rupert did not know how insane Qin Zhao had to be to hunt such a terrifying creature for its bones. No, it's not a magical creature. Just then, Camilla shouted. It's a demon! It's the bones of a demon! He killed a demon! Sienna and Rupert gasped. Hunting a demon? Teacher, are there demons in this world? Rupert asked curiously. I have not seen one for myself, but I have seen the bones of a demon, Camilla said. It's an old witch in the UK. She had a demon skeleton in her collection. I've seen a demon. That time, Chris was harassed by a demon. We were helpless, but then Qin came and defeated the demon. How powerful is that Chinese? Rupert sighed. Sienna, are you helping him to make magical power potions? Yup. You must have a share too. Those 2 bones are surely enough to make potions for 5 or more, Camilla said. Could you give Rupert one of the potions? Immediately, Rupert stared at Sienna, her eyes wet. Sister Sienna, please give me one. I'll help you to collect the other materials. Why are you only calling me sister now? I have wolfheart grass and a high-quality flower of glory. With my high-quality flower of glory, the magic potions will definitely double in strength. Sienna thought about it. It would not hurt to give Rupert one of the potions. She could give Qingzhao 2 bottles, keep 2 for herself, and give 1 to Rupert. Fine. Bring your wolfheart grass and flower of glory here. Wow. Daddy, look. That tree is so tall. Faith was standing on the seat. She was raised with great freedom and would not sit in the baby seat. For her safety, Dell had to drive slowly. Nevertheless, Dell had also noticed the towering tree behind the villa in the distance. It's huge! Dell could not help but exclaim. Risfar's car was right behind them. The 2 naughty ones in his car were similarly shouting. After they parked their cars in the garage, Risfar and Dell pulled Qingzhao to a corner. Qin, when did you move that tree here? It's such a good idea to plant a tree like this in the backyard, Dell commented. No climbing. When Risfar saw the 3 kids attempt to climb the tree, he quickly stopped them in fear. Let them climb, Qingzhao said. They are only allowed to climb this particular tree. Risfar and Dell stared at Qingzhao, baffled. The tree before them was clearly taller than the rest. Why was this the only tree they could climb? Qin, why is that so? It's a divine tree that I've specially planted here. The higher you climb, the more this tree will bless you. They won't be injured even if they fall. Qin, when have you become so superstitious? Come on, you've even drunk wine that makes you younger. Why don't you believe in a divine tree that could bless you? Johnny, what are you doing? Climbing the tree. I also want to be blessed, Risfar said. Then I'll climb too. Qingzhao allowed them to play on Yuzhin's body. When Risfar reached more than 10 meters high, he was already tired. Dell glanced at him. Johnny, you're old. Haha. Dell managed to climb higher than Risfar, but before he could finish laughing, he slipped. Ah! Shit! Risfar exclaimed. He watched as Dell fell, unable to help. Chapter 452 Magical Tree? Chapter 452 Magical Tree? The next moment, Risfar realized that the tree's leaves were right under Dell. After falling 4 or 5 meters, Dell was caught by the branches and leaves. Huh! Dell looked around. He was sitting on the soft leaves. I'm that lucky? Dell, are you alright? Risfar asked. I'm okay. It's really comfortable. This is so interesting. You scared me. Suddenly, Vera yelped in shock too. When Risfar saw Vera slip, he was so scared that his heart almost stopped. But the next moment, Vera actually landed on a branch and leaf unharmed. This was too coincidental. Did the tree actually have a spirit? Risfar climbed another 10 meters and looked down. He discovered that there was also a leaf and branch cushion below him. That was strange. There wasn't anything under him when he climbed up, right? Okay, come down now. Qingzhao finally called to them. Chen, is this a magical tree? Why else would I plant it here? Where did you get this tree from? Risfar asked. I want one too. There's only one in this world. Don't even think about it. Why do I feel like Chen's home always has good things? Dell asked through clenched teeth. I'm so jealous. Faith asks me every day when I'll take her here. Risfar didn't speak, because Vera and Ronnie were the same. The 3 went to the front yard. They changed into swimwear and started swimming in the lake. The 3 little girls were the same. They played in the lake. The three adults didn't have to look after them, because they weren't worried that they would be in danger. After all, Black Ma and White Ma were by their side. Amon was sunbathing in the distance too. There weren't any dangerous creatures in the water, so the three girls were very safe. Chen, can that magical tree really bless people? How come we're back to this topic again? Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. If you believe it, then yes. If not, then no. Del and Risfar found it more and more magical as they thought back. Plus, Qin Zhao had sworn confidently that they wouldn't be in danger. It made them think that it may really be a magical tree. Yay! Faith cried from the distance. She was standing on Amon's back. I won! Vera and Ronnie climbed onto Amon's back too. That doesn't count. You started first. Let's do it again. Faith is so strong. Is it okay to describe a 1-year-old as strong? But Faith really is healthy. Vera and Ronnie are really healthy too. Del was a bit proud. Faith was his daughter, after all. After a pause, he said, If they're not, you can have Chen give them a checkup. Fuck off. Vera and Ronnie don't need any checks. You shouldn't say that, Del said as if he was very experienced. Some conditions can't be seen from the outside. You think Faith is healthy, right? But I have Chen check once per month. Chen, is that true? Yeah, Qin Zhao said. Checkups aren't only for finding diseases. It's also for preventing them. Kids' immune systems aren't as strong as adults. It's always possible for them to be harmed from outside things, so they have to be checked periodically. Then, can you check them after lunch? Sure. After getting onto land, the three girls were still playing in the water. They didn't come back until they smelled the barbecue and surrounded the adults, asking for food. Chen, how come you're not drinking? Since I have to give them a checkup, I won't drink. The alcohol will affect my judgment. Del and Risfar didn't pressure him anymore. They respected Qin Zhao's professionalism. His medical abilities went without speaking. After all, they both benefited from it before. After they ate and drank, Faith, Vera, and Ronnie were pretty much done too. Qin Zhao gave the kids a checkup. They were all healthy. The three kids cooperated with him too. After all, if they didn't get a checkup, they wouldn't be allowed to play with the pets. They had to cooperate so they could play. Chen, remember we agreed to go hunting before you went to Sacramento? Sure. I'm pretty free these days. How about you two? Then tomorrow, Del said. You guys okay? Sure, tomorrow, Risfar said too. The three men agreed to not bring their family, or even bodyguards. They would bring only their guns to the mountain. That night, Qin Zhao told Fei Lai about it. Fei Lai obviously wouldn't stop him. They all had their own social circle. She had her own too. Since Qin Zhao was going hunting instead of messing around, she would support him. However, Fei Lai also said that they would go hunting together next time. At night, Qin Zhao called Risfar. Johnny, what should I bring tomorrow? Bring Black Ma and White Ma, Risfar said. Nothing else. If you bring Princess, all our food will be gone. Plus, her smell can scare the prey. We don't need tents or anything? I'll take care of all that. They planned on going deep into the mountain, so they would stay the night there. Tents and things were necessary. Risfar was like an expert in this. Whatever Qin Zhao could think of, he could definitely think of too. In fact, he would be more thorough. Next day, Qin Zhao led White Ma and Black Ma and met up with Risfar's family empty-handed. The three put the things they'd prepared into the trunk and went straight for the mountain. I'll carry that. Qin Zhao picked up the biggest bag. The biggest one was around 30 kilograms. This weight was practically nothing to Qin Zhao. Risfar and Del both carried bags that weighed around 10 kilograms. Since they were going hunting, they had to take up their own responsibility. Qin Zhao could carry everything by himself, but that would make things boring. Hunting wasn't for killing animals. Rather, it was to enjoy the process. As for Black Ma and White Ma, they were going crazy with joy. They didn't have many chances to let loose in a forest. They could barely stop jumping up and down. Chen, are you sure White Ma and Black Ma can help us hunt? Risfar kind of regretted bringing these two. Stop embarrassing me, Chen Zhao said with a dark expression. Find me some prey. Chapter 453 Conflict in the Forest. Chapter 453 Conflict in the Forest. After a while, Black Ma returned with his first prey. Wolf. Chen Zhao kicked Black Ma in his anger. Can you stop embarrassing yourself? With your size, you just came back with a mouse? Aren't you embarrassed? Master, when we were hungry in hell, we would always catch mice to eat. Hearing Black Ma's reply, Chen Zhao could not sympathize with him at all. They were poor only because they were unbelievably useless. Even if they had come back with a rabbit, Chen Zhao would not be mad. Dejected, Black Ma and White Ma went to search for prey again. However, just then, the group heard a gunshot in the distance. Next, Black Ma and White Ma bolted back. Chen Zhao, Del and Risfar's expressions changed. They had clearly not fired the shot, which meant that there was another group of people here apart from them. Master, someone shot us just now. Let us go and kill them. Are you injured? Were you hit? Qin Zhao quickly checked the silly twins. Qin Zhao was glad that they were indeed unharmed. Just then, a few people walked out from the tall grass in front. It seemed like they were here to hunt as well. There were 6 of them. Are those 2 wolves yours? Qin Zhao frowned. Can't you see the dog tags around their necks? We're deep in a mountain forest. Who cares about dog tags? You wolves are lucky to have survived. The few people sounded as if they had done the correct thing, with no intention to apologize at all. Qin Zhao tried his best to control his anger. It was obviously unwise to have a conflict here, especially when both parties had guns. A conflict here could quickly become dangerous. Even if Qin Zhao was not scared, Del and Risfar were not invincible. Qin Zhao could not guarantee that the two would not be hurt in a conflict. Since they had come here together, Qin Zhao would like them to return together, instead of someone being carried out. If someone shoots you again, bite the person to death. I'll be responsible for it, Qin Zhao said directly to the silly twins. Kid, what did you say? One of the hunters shouted. The hunters were not kind people. They actually all aimed their guns at Qin Zhao's party. Del and Risfar also lifted their guns. Qin Zhao stepped forward and stood before the two. Put down your guns! Kid, you must apologize for your words. What if I say no? Qin Zhao squinted. Ha! Then be prepared to lose a limb. One of the hunters licked his dagger. To be honest, in a movie, such an action would make the character look ferocious. But in reality, it looked really foolish. Qin Zhao exercised his neck. Then you better be prepared too. Ha! Prepare for what? You going to attack us? We have 6 guns. Suddenly, Chen Zhao, Black Ma and White Ma charged forward like 3 bolts of lightning. The 6 hunters were only 3 meters away from Chen Zhao. To Qin Zhao, it was as if they were standing right before him. Before the person closest to Qin Zhao could react, Qin Zhao had already crushed his chin with an uppercut. The others were about to aim their guns at Qin Zhao when the silly twins had made a circle and darted into the team from behind. 2 of the hunters had their arms badly mutilated. The silly twins did not kill anyone. After taking a bite, they jumped into the grass again. With this opening, Qin Zhao grabbed the shoulders of 2 hunters and smacked them into each other. And so there was only 1 uninjured hunter left. With great fear, he pointed his gun at Qin Zhao but did not dare to fire. He could feel Black Ma and White Ma right behind him. Can you carry them down the mountain by yourself? Qin Zhao looked at the hunter from above. The hunter immediately dropped his gun and raised his hands. Buddy, you were too impulsive. We were just joking with you. Joking? I don't think people who point their guns at me are joking. Qin Zhao looked coldly at the last hunter. Scram! Don't appear before me again, or I'll feed you to the wolves. Qin Zhao took all their guns. He did not know if they would take a risk to wash their humiliation. The 6 held each other and left. Only then did Del and Risvar walk forward. They clearly did not expect Qingyi to attack the sixth directly. Chen, you should have told us in advance. How? There were 6 muzzles before us. You want me to tell you that I was going to attack them? Risvar and Del were speechless. Nevertheless, the battle had renewed their impression of the silly twins. Since they knew the silly twins, the two had been behaving like idiots. They were always so active and safe. Especially before children. No matter how a child hit or teased them, they would remain so loyal. However, Del and Risvar finally realized that Black Ma and White Ma were not huskies which only knew how to play. They were actual wolves. Risvar and Del found their sudden aggression and intelligence just now incredible. They actually knew how to cooperate with Qingyi and use tactics. It was also the precise reason why they were particularly reliable and safe. Del and Risvar would not be scared of the silly twins because of the incident, because they were only protecting their master loyally. In fact, they were even somewhat jealous. Having such pets at home would be a great protection to them and their families. Chen, how exactly did you train Black Ma and White Ma? Why are they just so smart? No, not just them, but also Princess. Chen, are you really not a beast tamer? Del said. Risvar nodded in complete agreement. They were indeed too clever. They were so clever that nobody could reject them. No pets could be compared to them. Actually, Laffer is smart too. No. Laffer is smart as a dog, but your pets have intelligence that has surpassed what a pet should have. After all, Risvar was also a dog lover, or he would not have spent $1 million to purchase Laffer. Precisely because he knew a lot about dogs, he could understand how intelligent Qingyi's pets truly were. No animal trainer could produce such a pet in his life. We should have acted meaner to scare them away, a black guy with no hair said. Okay, don't bother with them anymore. Carlo waved his hand. We've already made a warning. If they keep hanging out around here, we're not responsible if anything happens. Risvar, could you tell who they were? I couldn't tell. They don't look like mercenaries or poachers. Bullshit. There aren't any valuable wild animals here. How could there be poachers? Del rolled his eyes. Chapter 455 An Adventure Story. Chapter 455 An Adventure Story. How unlucky! It's actually raining. The three cursed and ran. On the other hand, Black Ma and White Ma did not mind the rain at all. They continued to play in the wind and rain until their body was covered in mud. Just then, the three noticed a cave in front. Quickly go in there. When the three rushed into the cave, they realized that it was already occupied. Click! The three saw more than a dozen guns being pointed at them. They quickly lifted their hands in shock. Air! Put down your guns! Carlo waved his hand. The people in the adventure team also recognized the three. Hello, what a surprise! The three almost peed their pants. Even Qingyi was unsure whether he could survive being shot by more than a dozen military automatic assault rifles. Come in. The rain is so heavy. You have nowhere else to go. The forest was warm and humid. In the rain, a person would lose water and heat at an astonishing rate. Even the strongest man would collapse after staying in the rain for just one night. Thank you. They had been actively avoiding the team, and they clearly did not expect the second encounter. Now, they had no choice but to enter the cave, given that they really had nowhere else to hide. Come, remove your coats and dry them, Carlo said warmly. Their coats were waterproof, but it was indeed uncomfortable to keep them on. The three removed their coats. When the tall lady saw Qingyi's body, she whistled. You have a great body. Risvar and Del were somewhat unhappy, as their bodies were actually not bad either. Nevertheless, Qingyi had the perfect shape. Since Vanity saw Qingyi's muscles, she had been swallowing saliva at the corner. Vanity's comment caused major dissatisfaction among her teammates too. A man in vest glanced at Qingyi. So what if he looks good? He might not even be able to take a punch from me. All right, I know you have 2 years of middleweight boxing experience. Even if you can win an outsider, what's there to be proud of? Vanity widened her eyes at her teammate. Qingyi ignored them and sat down beside the fire. Carlo brought the three a bottle of liquor. Come and drink some vodka. It can really warm you up. The three drank a bit, and indeed felt much warmer. You're really not an illegal gang? I said, we're a private adventure team, or maybe treasure hunters. Carlo smiled. What are you looking for here? Qingyi asked curiously. Although they were deep in a mountain forest, it was only 100 kilometers from the city. Being so close to a populated area, what treasure could there even be? That I cannot tell you. Carlo smiled. Then where have you been in the past? Many places across all the 6 continents, Carlo replied. But you have guns and knives. Will there be any danger? Risfar asked curiously. Let me tell you a story, a middle-aged man suddenly said. It happened 12 years ago. At that time, we didn't have so many people. It's just me, Professor, Carlo, and 4 other buddies. In Australia, we discovered an ancient Indian ruin. An Indian ruin in Australia? Risfar asked, confused. From what he recalled, the Indian society in Australia had been undeveloped, even primitive, before Western civilization kicked in. Their greatest architecture was probably tree houses. Don't ask me that. We're an adventure team, not an archaeological team, the middle-aged man said. Professor Carlo might be able to answer you. The middle-aged man glanced at Carlo and then continued. That ruin was underground. From its crafting and structure, the degree of civilization should be close to ancient Egypt 3,000 years ago. We explored the ruin all the way till the end, where we found a fist-sized blue diamond. Haha, you must be exaggerating. A fist-sized blue diamond? Dell laughed. Fine. If you don't believe me, just take it as a fictional story. The middle-aged man was really well-tempered. He continued. We were elated. With the diamond, we were about to leave the ruin when we met many incomprehensible creatures. They had a slender body, 6 legs, and crawled on the ground. Then, they started attacking us recklessly. Back then, our equipment was pretty poor. We had 6 people, but only 4 pistols and a few military sabers. We ran as quickly as we could, and the monster kept chasing us. In the end, someone triggered a mechanism and the whole underground ruin began to collapse. Professor Carlo and I made it out, but the 4 others, together with the blue diamond, were buried forever. Risfar and Dell did not believe him. Professor Carlo, did that really happen? That's not the only case, Carlo said. Although you may think that it's impossible, we've explored many places over the years and encountered many strange things and creatures. For example, one time we accepted an invitation from the Chinese government and participated in the exploration of a crypt. We bumped into plants that attacked us. We lost 3 men. Really? Another time, we found an imperial mausoleum in Thailand. In there, we found some dolls that had been mummified. They attacked us as well. What are you looking for here? Do you know that 60 years ago, this very mountain forest was a weapon test site? The 3 shook their head. They had never heard about it before. We received some information from a man in a mental hospital. When the military was testing their weapons here, they accidentally blasted an opening to an underground cave. Some terrifying creatures emerged from the cave and attacked the military camp. Less than a tenth survived, and they all became insane. You mean, we're in that weapon test site? Dell said with a stiff smile, swallowing some saliva. Those creatures either have territorial awareness, or they are being restrained by something. They cannot move too far away from the underground cave, so you would be fine if you stay close to the edge. The deeper you go, the more of these creatures you'll find. Woof, woof! Just then, Black Ma and White Ma, who were outside the cave, barked loudly. Qingyi immediately stood up and walked to the entrance. Black Ma and White Ma were barking at the darkness. Black Ma, White Ma, what's wrong? There's something there. Chapter 456. It's female. Chapter 456. It's female. Right then, everyone went to the cave entrance. The rain in the forest came down heavier. With night falling as well, they couldn't see into the distance at all. The expedition team all grew a bit nervous. Qin Zhao's group only treated what had been said like it was a story. But the expedition team members knew that there truly was something mysterious and dangerous here. Everyone held their guns and stared cautiously into the darkness. Woof, woof. Master, there's a really big cat. Big cat? Qin Zhao was taken aback. Was it a cougar? He stared hard into the darkness, and indeed saw a pair of green eyes. Whatever. It's raining so hard. Don't go fooling around. Qin Zhao patted Black Ma and White Ma. Just then, the expediter with night vision glasses said, Professor, it's a big cat. Everyone let out relieved breaths. But right then, something noisy sounded in the forest. Then they heard the cougar cry out twice before falling silent. The expediters all tensed up. That thing has appeared! It's here! Qin Zhao had quite good vision. He vaguely saw that something huge had indeed pounced onto the cougar. The thing was about the size of Black Ma and White Ma. It was probably white and had smooth skin. However, he couldn't see the details either. The thing was extremely fast. It pulled the cougar into the grass in the blink of an eye. The cougar was already dead before it could even fight back. Johnny Dell, Qin Zhao said, frowning. Pick up your guns. Chun, did you see something? I can't say. Qin Zhao wasn't certain. After all, it was too dark and the rain obstructed his vision. He only saw limited things too. Professor Carlo looked at his team members. Everyone, put on night vision glasses. Professor, that thing's body temperature is lowered to the same temperature as the surroundings due to the rain. Even the night vision glasses can't discover it. Night vision glasses were basically heat detectors. If they were room temperature or close to the surroundings temperature, it would barely have any effect. Is there really a strange creature? Risfar and Del felt a bit afraid. Do you still think we were joking with you earlier? Or said something funny? Carlo asked seriously, looking at the three. Professor, we can't stay here, Vanity said. That thing seems to have a heat sensor organ. If we stay here, it's even more dangerous. If we go into the rain and lower our body temperature, we might be able to escape from it. Take all our things and leave this place, Carlo decided immediately. He glanced at Qin Zhao's group. What about you guys? If you stay here alone, it'll be even more dangerous. Hey, these monsters probably really like your meat, haha. Enough, Tyler, Vanity said. It's not the time to joke around. All right, kid. Follow me. I'll protect you. Tyler slapped his biceps. Chun, what should we do? Follow them, Qin Zhao said. I saw that thing earlier. It indeed doesn't look like a regular beast. Following the group was the smartest choice now. They didn't know anything about the situation, while the team was fully equipped. Following them was indeed safer. Plus, judging from the current situation, the team was willing to protect them too. So Qin Zhao had no reason to reject them. However, he also lowered his voice and said, Stay close to me later. Don't leave my side, no matter what happens. Then he glanced at the other man. Hey, you're Tyler, right? Lend me your knife. Tyler looked at Qin Zhao. He pulled out his knife and tossed it over. Don't be too scared to use it later. The group started moving under the rainy night. Just then, Vanity made a gesture. Stop, there's one up front. No! It discovered us. Vanity fired her gun. Tut tut tut. Everyone saw a white shadow flash across the darkness. It was lean and agile and jumped onto a branch. Then it disappeared into the darkness. Vanity walked over. There was a puddle of blood and some skin fragments. It's hurt. Suddenly, a black shadow dropped down into the crowd without any warning. This thing was around 3 meters long, slender and thin with long limbs and sharp claws. It was like a human but had a thin and sharp tail. There was only a mouth on its head, nothing else. There wasn't a single piece of hair on the body. Its skin was white like paper. The people could even use the faint light to see veins under the skin. Before they could react from the sudden attack, the creature's tail already stabbed through the chin of an expedition team member. The thorn went straight through his skull. "You!" The man let out a pained cry. "Lint!" Scree. The creature made a very strange and piercing sound. Tut 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 tut. Every gun pointed at the creature and instantly turned it into a beehive. Risfar and Del finally realized that they'd really run into a monster. Professor Carlo walked over to check the creature's body. This creature is probably photophobic. It lives underground or in places with no light, so it has evolved to have no eyes or ears. There are 2 holes where the nose should be, used for breathing. It should have heat sensory functions too. It's female, Del said. Everyone made a face. All right, it was female. Scree. Just then, another sound came from the distance. The voice was thicker than before. "Oh no, a big one is here!" Another creature appeared. Compared to the dead one, this seemed much stronger. Its limbs were as thick as a bodybuilder's. It also had a layer of white shell over its body. It seemed to be bone material. This was probably male. Its physique was clearly different from the female. Tut tut tut. The expedition team fired, but the bullets didn't seem to hurt the male creature at all. The creature just took a few steps back. Some of the bullets even created sparks when they landed on the bone shell. The creature disappeared in the darkness. Everyone felt a chill run up their spines. This creature wasn't afraid of bullets. Chapter 457 I Can Kill It. Chapter 457 I Can Kill It. Tyler turned his head and reminded, "You 3, if we start fighting later, stay behind me." Everyone in the adventure team looked nervous as they scanned around them, alert. "It's there!" Bam bam. "There!" Bam bam. "Stop shooting aimlessly. We don't have infinite bullets," Vanity reminded. However, everyone was too anxious. As soon as they caught a glimpse of the monster, they would fire in that direction. Effective or not, the gunshots could at least calm them down slightly. Suddenly, the monster dropped into the crowd from a tree. Twice as heavy as its female counterpart, the male monster was much stronger. It grabbed a person with its tail and jumped back into the darkness. Bam bam. Ah! Its skin was very tough. A bullet actually rebounded and hit one of the adventure team members. "Shit, Professor, we must retreat! We've severely underestimated this place. We only have information about the female monster. Didn't think there would be male monsters," Vanity said with a serious tone. "Professor." Carlo nodded. Indeed, a single male monster had already caused serious damage to the team. If they were to advance further, they might encounter more of them. In fact, they could not even handle the one monster around them. They could only rely on their guns. Now that the guns were proven ineffective, they had no choice but to retreat. "Someone carry Hadison. Let's go," Carlo said. The monster had not only high defenses but also high intelligence. It was unlike the monsters they had encountered in the past, which would only attack them recklessly. "Did you see? This is the kind of monster that we have to face. If you didn't meet us just now, you 3 would have become its snacks by now," Tyler said with a grin. Woof. Suddenly, Black Ma and White Ma barked to warn the team. Everyone fired in the direction they were barking at. Some sparks were seen in the darkness. "There," Qingyi said, pointing in a direction. Bam. "Now it's there." Bam. "Vanity, do you still have bullets?" "Only half a clip left," Vanity said. Stop! Stop firing. We're almost out of bullets." The male monster, which had been hiding in the darkness, also seemed to have realized something. It began to appear flagrantly in front of the team. The team was in deep water because the monster was standing in their escape path. Finally, the monster launched a direct attack. It charged toward the group. Tyler turned his head and shouted, "Follow me!" Then, he turned and ran. He was already out of bullets. The 3 quickly followed him. The adventure team broke down before the monster. The monster dashed into the crowd. It bit a person to death, smacked a person to his doom, and seized another with its tail. Shit, it's more troublesome than all the monsters I've met before, Tyler cursed. Keep running to the south. Do not care about the rest, Vanity shouted. You three, we won't be able to take care of you anymore. However, the monster caught up with the team. It scratched one of the members, who collapsed onto the ground and never stood up again. The rest only glanced behind them briefly, unable to care about their teammates. Not that they did not want to, they really could not. Thud. Suddenly, Dell tripped and fell onto the ground. When Qingyi saw this, he immediately turned around and pulled Dell up from the ground. But Dell's ankle seemed to be injured. He could not speed up anymore. Qingyi noticed Dell's swollen ankle. Get up my back. Kid, I'll carry. You're too skinny. Keep running. Qingyi did not expect the rude-sounding Tyler to offer help. Tyler had been belittling them, but now he offered to carry the injured Dell. Just then, the monster charged out of the darkness again. It ran right toward Tyler's back. Careful. Qingyi pulled Tyler toward him. The monster missed its attack and struck Qingyi with its tail instead. Qingyi quickly grabbed the monster's tail, but it was so smooth and wet that Qingyi lost his grip almost immediately. The monster was very agile. It turned and assaulted another person. There was another sacrifice. Fuck! Tyler wiped off the muddy water on his face. You actually saved me. The monster did not attack them to fill its stomach. It was merely seeking slaughter, or perhaps revenge. As the team ran out of bullets completely, it started to attack and kill them without restraint. Just after it had killed an adventure team member, it appeared again before Risfar. Risfar stopped at once. Qingyi pulled Risfar behind him. Kid, give me the sword and leave! Tyler shouted. Let me do it! Qingyi stared firmly at the monster before him. Stop making trouble! It can kill you in one strike! Nevertheless, the monster was very smart. It could probably tell a person's size. It ran to Qingyi's side and attacked him. Chun, careful! Risfar and Dell screamed. Tyler swiftly jumped forward, but the monster was expecting this. As it ran, it suddenly shot its tail at Tyler. Tyler twisted his body, but he still did not dodge the attack. His shoulder was penetrated at once. With incredible speed, Qingyi grabbed Tyler and pulled him off from the monster's tail. The monster looked at Qingyi, or, to be more accurate, faced Qingyi using its thermoception. Fuck! Covering his shoulder in pain, Tyler stood up again. How can you still stand with such injury? Injury? It's not half as serious as what I usually get. If you don't back away, you'll be free food. Stand back and leave the rest to me, Qingyi said. The monster was too fast and slippery. Qingyi had yet to seize any attacking opportunity. Kid, you're going to kill yourself? Look at us. Do you think we'll be able to escape from it? Fuck, take out the sword. Are you going to use your fist? Just then, the monster attacked again. It pounced at Qingyi directly. Qingyi was indeed no match for the monster in terms of speed but in terms of strength. Chapter 458 One Punch. Chapter 458 One Punch. The beast was honestly too fast. Qingyi held his breath and raised his right arm. Tyler, Risfar, and Dell couldn't bear to keep watching. To them, Qingyi was definitely dead. Qingyi didn't pull any tricks. His fist raised and fell. Thud. A muffled sound echoed throughout. The beast's huge body sprawled onto the ground and stopped moving. In that instant, everyone froze. They looked at Qingyi in shock and then at the huge beast on the ground. Tyler stumbled over. Part of the outer bone covering the beast's head had cracked, leaving a clear fist mark. The beast's skull was completely shattered. This was the bone that not even an assault rifle could penetrate. And this man just shattered it with a fist? This was too amazing. They were very clear just how terrifying this beast was. The dozen people in his group had gone through hundreds of battles but were powerless against this beast. But Chen Zhao had shattered his head with one punch. Tyler remembered how he'd kept mocking Chen Zhao earlier. He felt so embarrassed now. This was too shameful. The person he mocked was actually this powerful. Chen, how did you do this? Dell limped over. By looking at the beast's state of death, he could see how terrifying Chen Zhao's punch had been. Chen, why aren't you moving? I'm fine. Are you hurt? No. Fuck, just how strong was this beast's outer shell? Chen Zhao had wanted to make a graceful punch, but it felt like his fist had slammed into an iron board. The beast was killed by his punch, but his fist suffered too. Chen Zhao estimated that at least 3 fingers had broken. Anyway, he couldn't move his right hand. It hurt if he moved it. As the saying went, you had to complete the show, even if in tears. Professor, we're outside the danger zone, Vanity said, panting for breath. Did Tyler get behind? Professor Carlo may be in his 60s, but he wasn't slow at all when running. After all, he was a man who explored all the ancient sites and had a talent for survival. He wasn't the fastest, but he wasn't the last person either. Vanity had an uncomfortable expression. She looked into the dark forest behind her. This time, the team had too many losses. Half of them were dead before they even got in. And those 3 too? Yeah, they're with Tyler. I saw that beast attack them earlier. Vanity nodded. Tyler is so stupid. They have nothing to do with us. Why did he give up his life for them? Vanity wouldn't feel sad if the others died. She'd at most compensate their relatives some money. But Tyler was one of the old members. He'd been on the team for more than a decade and everyone had a deeper relationship. Suddenly, there were vague sounds behind them. Vanity and Carlo shuddered. Had they not run far enough? Did that beast catch up again? As the noises got closer and closer, Vanity and Professor Carlo finally saw clearly. It wasn't that beast. It was Tyler. But right now, Tyler was being supported by Risvar. Chen Zhao carried Dell, with Black Ma and White Ma beside him. Tyler! How come it's you guys? Vanity was stunned. Professor Carlo was also surprised that Tyler and the others could come out alive. It wasn't that he wanted Tyler to die there. He was just surprised Tyler was still alive. Where's that beast? He didn't kill you guys? Tyler and the others were speechless. Okay. I'll still congratulate you all for coming out alive, Professor Carlo said. Where's the beast? Dead, Tyler said. Dead? How did it die? Vanity was very surprised that Tyler could actually kill that thing. He killed it, Tyler said, pointing at Chen Zhao. Him? How is that possible? Vanity looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao had a good body and must have great fitness as well. Where's the beast's body? Inside. If you're brave enough to turn back, you can go look. Vanity and Carlo exchanged glances and rejected this idea. Regardless of whether the beast was dead or not, it wasn't safe in there. After all, there weren't only 1 or 2 beasts in the danger zone. Who knew if they would run into a second one? Plus, they only had 1 knife and gun now. If they ran into another male beast, they would only be able to commit suicide. They weren't even able to defeat the female creature from the beginning, let alone a male. What do we do now? Rest in place. I'm tired. Chen Zhao tossed Dell onto the ground. Are we home? Dell had fallen asleep on Chen Zhao's back. He was suddenly thrown onto the ground and hadn't processed everything yet. Fuck off. Chen Zhao glared at him. Both Dell and Tyler needed treatment. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get out of here. Thus, resting in place was the best choice. Chen Zhao took the tent out. Chen, you kept the tent when we were running for our lives? Risvar glanced at him. No shit. Where will we sleep at night if we don't have the tent? Aren't you afraid of the beast catching up? That thing is too fast. But other than that, it's not that threatening. Everyone stared at him. Why don't you talk about how it broke into the crowd and started killing? Of course, Qingyi had also proven his abilities with his actions. Del, bear it for a bit longer. I'll check him first. You can do medical checkups? My main profession is a doctor, Qingyi said. Illegal doctor, Del supplied for Qingyi. You can find him no matter what you need. Qingyi turned and glared at him. No one will think you're a mute if you don't talk. I'm helping you get more clients. Risfar, Fanity, and Professor Carlos set up the tent. Everyone was exhausted, but no one actually dared to sleep. Even Qingyi didn't dare to, so they all sat before the bonfire and waited for daybreak. Chapter 459 You're telling me that thing's a human's relative? Chapter 459 You're telling me that thing's a human's relative? Professor Carlo, what exactly is that? To be honest, before today, I've only seen them on a photo, a female actually. We didn't even know there are males, Carlo said, dispirited. Isn't that obvious? How would they reproduce without males? Del twitched his lips. Anyway, can I hire all of you? I want to raise a female one as my pet. Everyone turned and stared at Del like he was a pervert. Actually, even Del felt that he was a pervert. Because he was being serious. You better stop having that kind of idea, or I'll cut your D***ck off. Trust me, I'll do it, Qingyi said with a dark face. Shin, I think we should break up with him. Let's leave him on the mountain. Great idea. Chill, I was just joking. According to Qingyi's understanding of Del, he was certainly not just joking. Del would have executed his perverted plan, but it was really too difficult. Carlo continued. My understanding of the monster is only limited to a photo and a name that the madman called them, crypt demons. Do they live underground? Probably. Carlo nodded. Did you come here to see them for yourselves? Or are you looking for something? Qingyi asked curiously. Ha! Do you want to know? Yes, if you're willing to tell us. We've been to various places around the world. Many of the ancient ruins would more or less mention older civilizations, but most of the records were indirect. According to my investigation, I found out that some of them pointed toward here. I suspect this place is a ruin of an ancient civilization. You mean the Maya civilization? Qingyi asked. When Qingyi heard about an ancient civilization in America, the first things that came to his mind were the Inca civilization, the Maya civilization, and the Aztec civilization. Of course, as a foreigner, Qingyi knew more about the Maya civilization. The Maya civilization was the oldest known civilization in America. It was even earlier than ancient Egypt. Carlos shook his head. Not Maya. The ancient civilization, or more accurately, the prehistoric civilization I mentioned should have existed more than 10,000 years ago. I suspect that those monsters were degenerated or mutated from humans. You mean those ugly things? You sure they're the same species as us? Or a close relative? They indeed do not look like primates, but maybe it's because of environmental factors, just like Asians, white people, and black people. In fact, 10,000 years ago, all humans should have been born from a single mother, which means the three major races have developed over the 10,000 years. Under an extreme environment, there could be a fourth race. How are your speculations about the monsters and the so-called prehistoric civilization related to my question? Like what I've told you, we're an adventure team. We're searching for valuable items, of course. An item from the prehistoric civilization? Correct. What is it? Dunno. We don't have a specific goal, but if we can survive the adventure and prove the existence of the prehistoric civilization, we'll be rich and famous. This is also what we aim for. So, now you know enough about our work. Carlo looked at Qingyi enthusiastically. Are you interested in joining us? I believe that you'll become an excellent adventurer. Do I get rest days on weekends? Qingyi demonstrated perfectly how to destroy a negotiation in one sentence. While he was curious, he would not enjoy going into the woods every day and chatting with the unreasonable monsters, just like today. Anyway, Qingyi would not accept it. He was satisfied with his current work and life. The night was particularly long. Even though everyone was exhausted, they did not dare to sleep. After all, nobody knew if they would encounter another monster. The next day, the group packed their stuff and was ready to leave the forest. "Chen, are you sure you don't want to become an adventurer?" Carlo invited again. "How much will you pay me?" 200,000. That's pretty good. Indeed, $200,000 a year was quite high. But would Chen Zhao even be interested? Goodbye. After exiting the forest, Qin Zhao, Risfar, and Del parted with the 3 people from the adventure team. "Chen, I'm glad you were there, or we would have died." Risfar hugged Qin Zhao. "Let me go. I hate being hugged by a man like this. It feels so good to walk out alive." Del heaved a long sigh. By the time Qin Zhao got home, it was already noon. He took a long shower and then had a nice nap on the recliner. In the evening, Fei Lai returned home and woke him up. "Chen, you look really tired. You want to continue sleeping?" "Not when I see you." Chen Zhao pulled Fei Lai so that she sat on his thigh. "A, B, C, go and prepare dinner. What happened to your hand?" Fei Lai lifted Qin Zhao's right hand, which was bruised and had some medication on. "Well, we were hunting and we met an abnormal thing." "Something dangerous?" "It was fierce, but not really threatening to me. I killed it in one punch, but its skin was really hard, so I injured myself." "Are Del and Johnny all right?" "Yup, except they were really shocked," Qin Zhao said. "Will we encounter such danger when we go hunting next time?" "We won't be so unlucky. There aren't that many monsters in the world. If we go hunting, let's bring Princess. She's the strongest." "Then when will you be free?" "Let's go on a vacation or camping." "Definitely not this period. I had 5 days of leave not long ago. Think I have to wait for at least 2 months." "Fine." Qin Zhao shrugged helplessly. Just then, an underling approached them. "Master, Madam, dinner is ready." "Great. You can go and eat too. Please allow your humble servants to serve you during dinner." Chapter 460 Witch Killer, Herretia. Chapter 460 Witch Killer, Herretia. Inferior demons always fought over any available work. If work that they had a chance to accept was stolen by another demon, it was as painful to them as losing a $5 million lottery ticket. They would never miss a chance to show their value. Jared pushed open Wright's office door in anger. "Principal, why did you fire me?" He'd almost lost his mind. On the way here, he even felt like the teachers and students were all looking at him with mockery. He'd once been very proud. Now, only endless humiliation remained. Ever since he met that man, he lost all of his spotlight. Wright raised her head and looked at Jared. "Why? Do you still need me to make it clearer? You attacked another professor, trying to hurt him. That's already a crime." She'd heard that Jared had publicly provoked Qin Zhao at his lecture. After the class, he even tried to assault Qin Zhao. She knew that Qin Zhao was good at fighting, but Wright had still lost her temper at this news. She'd fired Jared directly, removing him from the school's list of professors. "But the one who's hurt is me, isn't it?" Jared stared at Wright with twisted features. He even pounded on Wright's table with both hands. Qin was defending himself. "I don't think there are any problems. Plus, you caused this yourself." "I don't accept. I refuse to accept this." Wright looked at Jared. "Don't lose your last bit of dignity. It will only embarrass you further. You think I'll accept this treatment? You think I'll give in this easily?" Jared lost control. He slammed down on Wright's table. "Get out of here!" Wright wasn't easy to deal with either. Jared pushed the documents and computer off the table and yelled at Wright. "What right do you have to order me around, you old hag? You damn old witch, what did that China man give you? Why do you side with him all the time?" Just then, Wright took a gun out of her drawer and pressed it against Jared's head. "Do you want to know if I'll get arrested if I pull the trigger?" Wright asked. Jared instantly caved in. He really caved in. He didn't expect that Wright would be so decisive and strong at all. He didn't think she would just take a gun out and press it against his forehead. Principal. Mrs. Wright. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I was too impulsive. Please forgive my offenses. Jared was about to piss his pants in fear. He'd never seen such a powerful principal before. Wright wasn't at all as gentle as she seemed. There was one thing that Jared got right, though. In UCLA, Wright was a complete old witch. So embarrassing. You just had to lose all your dignity. Get out of here and never appear before me again. Jared fled out of Wright's office. The more he thought, the more unwilling he was. But thinking of how violent Wright was, he immediately got goosebumps. Jared was the type to fear the strong and bully the weak. But the more he was like this, the more unwilling he felt. He was suddenly pushed over. Jared raised his head and saw that it was Tiger. Tiger, you! Tiger glanced at him. Mr. Jared, how come you're shameless enough to be here? I heard that you were fired. Even your professor qualifications were stripped. You better remember that I won't let you live happily. Jared roared with clenched teeth. I won't forgive you all. Any of you. After getting into his car, Jared vented his anger out onto his steering wheel. Shit! A bunch of assholes, motherfuckers, you all deserve to die. You want to kill them? Jared was frightened to hear a voice in his back seat. He saw that there was a person sitting there. They wore a baseball cap, so their features were hidden. Who are you? Jared cried. Why are you in my car? You want to kill that Chinese man? Psycho, get out of my car. Jared felt that this was someone else who'd come to mock him. You don't hate that Chinese man? I do. You don't hate him? I hate him. He made you lose everything, your career and your dignity. I hate him so much. He stole the glory that should have belonged to you. He even beat you before 100 students and sent you to the hospital. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him so much. Good, very good. Remember this feeling. Make this feeling melt into your heart, and you'll have a different feeling. Chapter 461 Asking for Leave. Chapter 461 Asking for Leave. Qin, we'll start filming tomorrow. I'll only be free in the morning. Qin Zhao told Stephen frankly. Fuck, you didn't tell me you'll only be free in the morning when you took my money. Fuck, you didn't tell me I need to be around for the entire day when you give me the money too. Morning is simply not enough. Maybe at night as well. I can't make it in the afternoon, Qin Zhao said. After all, he had promised to train Gaia and Tiger in the afternoon. It'll be cold in the morning. I'll have to pay more to the crew, Stephen complained. Amon is worth paying more for. Fuck, I'll never work with you again. Stephen cursed on the other side of the phone. Yu Wenhui watched as Stephen called Qin Zhao. Recently, she finally understood how close the two were as friends. Stephen would often mention Qin Zhao. Although his comments of Qin Zhao mostly began with the letter F, Stephen would not even bother to curse a stranger or acquaintance. You're done for the morning, but starting tomorrow morning, you need to be here earlier. We're about to start filming the new movie. There will be a lot of work for you. Yes, sir. I'm going back to college now. Yu Wenhui packed her stuff and rushed back to the college. Because of the timing of her work with Stephen, she had to apply for leave. Otherwise, she would probably be expelled. Yu Wenhui was unwilling to give up on both her studies and her job as Stephen's assistant. After all, both were rare opportunities. Studying was clear. She had already spent more than 3 years at UCLA. There was no way she would give up that graduation certificate. On the other hand, Stephen was a top-tier director in the world. Being his assistant was a very important work experience for Yu Wenhui. It might even become a vital part of her CV in the future. No matter where she chose to work in the future, her experience as Stephen's assistant, in addition to a UCLA certificate, would greatly increase her competitiveness. Once Yu Wenhui reached college, she wrote a leave application form. Because it was a long leave, It had to be signed by the department head, as well as the principal. Yu Wenhui went to the principal's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." Yu Wenhui walked in. "Hi, doctor." "Right. I am Wenhui Yu, a fourth-year student in finance." "Hi, how may I help you?" "I've just received a very important job outside the college. The job requires me to commit a lot of time, so I would like to apply for leave for a month." "Wait a sec." Wright checked Yu Wenhui's information on her computer. Then, she raised her glasses and said, "Your results have been excellent. You're in the 4th year, the most important year. With your results, it seems likely that you can go for further studies and obtain a better degree. But if you go on leave for a month, your results and reports will definitely drop significantly. I'm afraid I can't approve the application. Dr. Wright, the work is extremely important to me." "More important than your study?" Yu Wenhui faced a difficult choice. She really valued both of them. Both a degree from UCLA and an experience as Stephen's assistant would make her future CV shine. Yu Wenhui had just made up her mind when the door opened. Did I disturb you?" Qin Zhao opened the door and saw Yu Wenhui in Wright's office. "Fuck, don't you know how to knock?" Wright scolded. Yu Wenhui was stunned. It was her first time hearing Wright speak vulgarity. "Knock, knock." Without even closing the door, Qin Zhao knocked. "Can I come in?" "Where's my darling? Why didn't you bring Princess here? I can't be bothered to drive my RV every time. You're welcome to come to my house to see Princess." "What? You want a 95-year-old to drive 40 kilometers every day to your house?" "Right, you have to drive 40 kilometers from home to here anyway." "No. If you don't bring Princess next time, I'll arrange 10 lessons for you." "I'm not free. I'm really busy with work recently," Qin Zhao said. "Just continue to be lazy. One day, I'll chase you out of UCLA," Wright said, displeased. Qin Zhao was unconcerned. Wright was just kidding. Qin Zhao looked at Yu Wenhui. "Ms. Yu, why are you here?" "Why not? I'm a student here." Right, is she a student here? You know each other?" Wright observed Qin Zhao and Yu Wenhui. "She's my friend's assistant." "Oh, who's your friend?" "Stephen, the famous director. You've definitely heard about him." Wright looked at Yu Wenhui in surprise. "You're Mr. Stephen's assistant?" "Yes, Mr. Stephen is about to film a new movie, so I'll be very busy. I can approve your leave, but in the final exam, you must get at least an A in your major and 2 electives, or you'll have to repeat the year. Are you okay with that?" "Thank you, doctor." "Right. All right, you may leave now. Chun, have you had breakfast? Let's go to the dining hall together." Yu Wenhui was very surprised. She thought that Qin Zhao was a gangster. But Wright said that he was a lecturer here. Was I wrong? But why are so many students scared of him? McCallan was beaten up by him, but he did not even dare to say a word about it. He seemed to be a close friend with the principal too. They chatted and laughed, just like he and Stephen. Qin Zhao and Wright looked both like close friends and like senior and junior. Yu Wenhui thought that Qin Zhao had a really wide social circle. On the other hand, in her 3 years here, she knew only people in college and almost no one in the bigger society. When she returned to the hostel, her roommate Ritanna was about to leave. "Ritanna, where are you going?" You're back." "I'm going to the boxing club." "What for? Aren't you in the cheerleading team?" "The boxing club is expecting a legendary guy today. I'm going to learn from him." "What legendary guy?" Yu Wenhui asked curiously. Chapter 462 Player Ritanna. Chapter 462 Player Ritanna. "You don't know?" Ritanna asked in return, surprised. "Do I have to know?" "Okay, you've been working outside these days, so you don't know. Tell me. This legend sounds powerful." Yu Wenhui looked like she was all ears. "Speaking of this legend, I have to mention Tiger, the strongest boxer in our school." "I know Tiger. Is the legend you speak of even more powerful than Tiger?" He's Tiger's coach, Ritanna said. Disregarding technique, a coach doesn't have to be stronger than the student, right? Most times, the student would even be better than the coach. 2 days before the sports event, a professional boxer from outside the school, Ritanna said excitedly. He'd even received the golden belt before. He came to find trouble for our boxing club. Tiger stepped up, but the professional boxer defeated him easily. He was even badly hurt. Then that guy appeared. He sent the golden belt guy looking for his teeth with 2 punches. At that time, he only said one thing. I'll treat you however you treated Tiger. Don't you think that totally hot? Yu Wenhui had known that Ritanna was a bit of a ditz. She could sit in the library for an hour and meet 3 guys she'd slept with. She'd meet someone who sang well, fall for him, and have sex. She'd meet someone who had good grades, fall for him, and have sex. Anyway, those were her tactics. Plus, she had a mature body, and basically no man could refuse her temptation. Her male friends were enough for a soccer team, including the replacements and coach. Okay, good luck. Let's go together. Ritanna pulled onto Yu Wenhui. You bitch. Yu Wenhui shook her hand away. I'm not going with you. Yu Wenhui was too familiar with Ritanna's ways. She was pulling her with for the comparison. Please, let's go together. You didn't take Mr. Shuj's classes these days. I took notes. I'll lend them to you. Yu Wenhui rolled her eyes. Treat me to lunch and dinner today. Okay, if I don't get a date with the coach. Along the way, Ritanna kept repeating her admiration. In reality, she hadn't even met the coach before. However, Ritanna had a good appetite. She could get down with anyone. I think Tiger's coach is like my destined man. I've already had 3 wet dreams about him. Yu Wenhui ignored Ritanna. They'd been roommates for 3 years and Ritanna had wet dreams every night. Her suitcase was filled with semi-automatic hormone vibration machines of various models. Simply put, they were masturbation toys of various functions. It was a euphemism to say that she was a ditz. She was basically a moving sex machine and player. Suddenly, they felt a breeze pass their back. Both of them turned. Someone had appeared without them realizing. Professor Jared? They were a bit familiar with the infamous player of UCLA. However, Jared was from the medical school, while Yu Wenhui and Ritanna were from finance. They usually didn't interact. Today, Jared looked a bit different. His face was unshaven, his hair was messy, and his eyes were bloodshot. That guy came to school? Who? The one you speak of, Tiger's coach. Jared's voice turned raspy. Yeah, I heard he's coming today. Ha ha ha. Jared's face twitched. A strange smile appeared. Yu Wenhui and Ritanna looked at Jared's back. He seemed kind of strange. He looked kind of crazy and walked unsteadily, like he was drunk. It looks like he's going to the boxing club. The 2 girls were going there too, so they followed Jared along the way. At the entrance, a boxing club member stopped Jared. You still have the guts to come here? Are you looking to die? Crunch. Jared raised his arm and punched the student's face. Jared continued in. Ritanna instantly had an orgasm, her cheeks turning bright red. So hot. Yu Wenhui rubbed her forehead. With a right hook, both of the members were hit and sent flying through the entrance. So powerful. Ritanna squeezed her legs together, her thigh rubbing against each other as her breathing quickened. I want this man. He's mine. Yu Wenhui was speechless. She knew that this SL*T fell for anyone she met. Earlier, she'd expressed her love for the boxing club coach that she'd never met before. Now, she was in love with someone else, just because he'd beaten up 3 guys. At the moment, Tiger was in the rings, practicing with another member. Seeing a student fall through the door, Jared walked in. Tiger furrowed his brows. Jared, are you here to die? Ha! I'm going to kill you all. A few members went up immediately to pull Jared out. But Jared gave each one a punch. The 3 members clinging on to Jared were thrown out directly. So strong. I think I'm in love already. My heart has never been so fast before. Ritanna touched her chest, while her other hand went downward. Yu Wenhui grabbed onto Ritanna. She was afraid that the girl would do something inappropriate in public. This woman really dared to do anything. Stop! Tiger yelled. If you want to fight, then I'll fight with you. But Jared's eyes weren't on Tiger. He kept looking around. Where's that bastard? Where is he hiding? Call him out. I want to kill him. You want to fight with Coach? Who do you think you are? Do you even qualify? He could do this. Jared punched the wall next to him. A spider web of cracks appeared on the wall. Jared's fist was seared into the wall. Chapter 463 Xiangliu. Chapter 463 Xiangliu. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. What's that strength? What if he punches a person instead? Is Jared always so strong? Tiger frowned. Jared was clearly behaving abnormally at the moment. Cool, cool. Ritanna stared at Jared, looking lost. Yu Wenhui looked at Jared in surprise. Although she was not attracted to him at all, she had to admit that he was very strong. Get out of the way! Tiger shouted. Suddenly, Jared sped up and charged at Tiger. Tiger immediately raised his arms. Pow! Jared's fist landed. Tiger felt an incredible force being delivered onto his arms. Luckily, he had been receiving physical resistance training from Qingyi and Gaia recently. He was now much tougher than he used to be. Tiger took 2 steps back, his arms somewhat numb. However, before he could stand still, Jared punched again. Tiger blocked the attack, but it was even more powerful. Tiger was blown backward, while Jared struck again. This time, Tiger did not block the attack and took a heavy blow on the face. Stop him! Realizing that Tiger was injured, the boxing club members immediately rushed forward to save him. At the moment, Chen Zhao and Wright were sitting on a bench on campus, enjoying a leisurely time. Just then, a few students ran past them. Soon, another group of students did the same. Why are they running? Wright was confused. Chen Zhao stood up and stopped one of the students. Where are you going? Boxing club. Why? For fun. Professor. Jared has beaten up everyone in the boxing club. Chen Zhao was stunned. Who's Jared? Although Jared had tried to harm him a few times, Chen Zhao did not even remember him. To Chen Zhao, those were only insignificant incidents. Wright frowned. Him? Obviously, Wright knew the conflicts between Jared and Chen Zhao. After all, just 2 days ago, Jared had gone to her office to make trouble. Right, who's Jared? Do you not know? It's the asshole that caused trouble in your public class last time. Oh, it's him. Is he here for me? Without a doubt. Then let's go to the boxing club. Chen Zhao stood up and stretched himself. When Chen Zhao and Wright arrived at the boxing club, there were already more than a dozen students outside. The two could hear some bangs inside. Chen Zhao pushed his way through the crowd. Excuse me. When Chen Zhao entered the boxing club, he realized that almost everything was broken. The members were also lying on the floor, injured. Tiger had been beaten up so badly that his face was covered in blood. Jared roared wildly. Bastard! Come out! Come out! What's happening? Chen Zhao stepped forward. Yu Wenhui was surprised at Chen Zhao's appearance. Why is he here? Just then, Jared also noticed Chen Zhao. You're here! You're finally here! Jared's face was filled with an excited and ferocious smile. It was hard to imagine how the once gentlemanly Jared had become who he was today. Jared, you've been fired. Why are you here? You want to get yourself into jail? Wright shouted. Old witch, you're here too? Great! Haha! Great! I'm going to kill you! Jared was even more hysterical. Everyone stepped back in shock. At the moment, Jared really looked unusual. He was somehow emitting an appalling aura. Yu Wenhui actively approached Wright. Dr. Wright, Professor. Jared seems weird. He's probably had some drugs. Please be careful. He's losing control of himself. Suddenly, Jared charged at Qingyi and right. Qingyi took a step forward and threw a left uppercut. Jared flew backward. Everyone exclaimed. They had seen for themselves how strong Jared was. The over 20 members of the boxing club, including Tiger, were no match for him. But now, Qingyi managed to blow him back in a single punch. Yu Wenhui was startled. Is he so strong too? Ritanna gaped at Qingyi, his eyes glittering. It's him! He's the legend of the boxing club. Jared, however, stood up again and looked unharmed. Qingyi was surprised that Jared seemed fine. While his left arm was not as strong as his right, his punch was at least 2,000 kilograms heavy. Even a small car would have been damaged, not to mention a human. But Jared looked completely fine after taking the punch. There was something wrong with Jared. Chapter 464 Shark Attack. Chapter 464 Shark Attack. Jared raised his right arm and punched Qingyi. Qingyi also raised his right arm. The two fists crashed against each other. It was like a meteorite crashing into Earth. The bandages on Qingyi's right fist exploded. Boom! The dozens of people inside and out heard something like a bomb. Next, everyone heard bone cracking. At the same time, they saw blood spewing out of Jared's entire arm. Ah! Jared clutched his arm and rolled on the ground in pain. Everyone's expressions were frozen. How terrifying Jared had been was still fresh in their minds. But now, Qingyi had actually faced him head-on and shattered Jared's arm. Yu Wenhui's face was filled with surprise. Qingyi's right fist was clearly injured, but he'd still defeated Jared. How scary would he be if he wasn't hurt? Ah! Ritanna suddenly shrieked. The next moment, she realized that she'd lost control and quickly covered her mouth. Ritanna, what's wrong? Help me back, I. Ritanna lowered her head. Her face was beet red. Yu Wenhui was just speechless. She could only help Ritanna go back. Just then, Jared suddenly stood up. Like an angered lion, he raised his left arm and swung it at Qingyi. Qingyi inhaled sharply. He punched with an even stronger fist and smashed against Jared's chest. Blood sprayed out of Jared's mouth as he ricocheted backward. Qingyi tidied up his clothes as if nothing had happened. All right, it's over. Move on now. Can someone help call the ambulance? The audience hadn't had their fill yet. They'd thought that Jared was already strong enough. But after seeing Qingyi, they finally understood what true strength was. Herretia furrowed her brows at Qingyi. What was with this man? He didn't seem to use any magic. He'd completely used his own physical strength to go against Jared, who'd been baptized with fury. More importantly, Qingyi had even won. Qingyi glanced at Jared. This clearly wasn't the strength a regular person could display. Judging from his previous condition, it looked like he was under some spell. Wright came over to pat Qingyi. Nice. I think you can be our school's sports leader. You can lead whatever sports event we have, big or small. After I become the leader, Qingyi said with a smile, I'll take care of the other team's leader first, so they start panicking. I'll hand this over to you. I'm old and can't take this bloodiness anymore. I'm going back to the office. Okay. Qingyi checked Tiger's injuries. It was all right. Tiger had been beaten up badly this time, but they weren't troublesome. They could heal in 3 or 4 days. Kid, can you stand up? Mr. Chen, I can. Tiger stood up with difficulty. He needed Qingyi to help him. This counts as your training too. How was it? Fun? Tiger chuckled wryly. Mr. Chen, I disappointed you, right? He kept getting defeated by others. The first time was all right. After all, Xiangliu Douglas was the golden belt, a world champion. But the second time, merely Jared was able to make him unable to fight back. No, I think it's great that you're not dead. Tiger didn't reply. All right, I won't joke around. Your injuries aren't bad, but you have to remember this feeling. I might train you with the same intensity. You better prepare mentally. Just then, Gaia walked in. She saw the mess that the boxing club was in. Tiger, what happened here? Sienna, I have a question for you. What's wrong? I met someone today who was very strong, almost close to Evangeline. He seemed to have lost all reason. All he wanted was to kill me. I'm not familiar with this. I mainly focus on spiritology. Perhaps you can go ask Rupert or my teacher. They might be able to give you an answer. Help me ask. Qingyi didn't want anything to do with that girl Rupert. She was evil and greedy. Sure, I'll ask for you. Qingyi felt that Jared was under some spell, but he wasn't sure if it was aimed at him. The next day, Qingyi went to the pier with high spirits. He found a rental company and rented a yacht. It was only $4,000 for 7 days. He didn't want to meet a captain of a private yacht like last time. Not only did it waste money, but there were also a bunch of problems along the way and wasted time too. Just as Qingyi was about to start the engine, a woman walked over. She wore stilettos and a short skirt. Her hair hung past her waist, and she wore a hat for the sun. Her outfit was very stylish. Hello, sir. Do you take passengers? Qingyi was surprised. Did this woman take him as the captain? Sorry, I rented this yacht. I don't take passengers. The woman seemed to be in a hurry, so then Qingyi asked, Are you going out to sea? I'm going to Gaia Island. Are you going to Mr. Stevens' crew? Yes. You know Mr. Stevens' crew is at Gaia Island? The woman was very happy. I'm going there too. If you don't mind, we can go together. Okay, thank you. The woman got on and Qingyi started the engine. Are you an actress? Yes. My name is Herretia. What is your name? You can call me Chen. I'm part of the crew. The yacht cruised among the waves. Herretia lay in the back seat, her hand trailing in the water. Qingyi was controlling the steering wheel. He chatted with Herretia now and then. Lord of all in the water, listen to my calling. Feast upon my offering to you. Just then, countless fins poked out of the water behind the yacht. They were the most vicious carnivores of the sea, sharks. But Qingyi didn't notice the group of sharks in the back. He didn't need to control the yacht either. He put it on autopilot, and it would go according to the set direction. Miss Herretia, you don't look well. Do you feel uncomfortable? No. I might not have slept well last night. Qingyi suddenly saw a huge figure jump out of the sea and chase after the yacht. A shark? And more than one? This was strange. How could there be sharks here? After all, Amon was right behind. Amon was the true lord of the sea here. Even though he was a demon, he had all the characteristics of a killer whale. And killer whales were the best weapon for driving away sharks. Even humans would spray some artificial killer whale hormones onto the beach to prevent sharks from invading. How could these sharks dare to get close? Chapter 465 What's the use of just one killer whale? Chapter 465 What's the use of just one killer whale? A cold smile appeared on Herretia's face, but it disappeared almost immediately and was replaced by fear. Oh no, there are so many sharks! Don't worry. They can't hurt us. Qingyi was not worried at all. But our speedboat is so small. What if they hit and overturn us? They won't be able to hit us, Qingyi said calmly. I have a pet killer whale that is behind them. Herretia sneered silently. Killer whale? What's the use of just one killer whale? There are more than a dozen adult great white sharks behind. Even if you have a killer whale, the sharks can still eat you alive. Suddenly, a water pillar erupted behind the speedboat. Then, a giant leaped out of the sea with a 5-meter-long shark in its mouth. Herretia's eyes widened. What is that? That's a killer whale? Really? I'm not very educated, but stop lying to me. The killer whale was at least 4 times as long and 10 times as heavy as an ordinary killer whale. Before this particular killer whale, the great white sharks looked like a group of cats before an African lion. Attacking the killer whale with these sharks? Actually, Herretia was precisely doing so. But the killer whale swallowed the sharks one after another. Herretia was convinced that she was merely feeding the killer whale. Herretia felt very upset. She had spent so much magical power just to summon food for her target. The plot should have been different. Ms. Herretia, you look really pale. No. I was just shocked. I'm fine now. In her mind, Herretia roared, my magical power. She would not be able to recover for a few days. The more she thought about how she fed the killer whale with her power, the more depressed she became. The speedboat was about to reach its destination. From afar, they could already see the crew filming on the beach. Mr. Qin, you're finally here. Mr. Stephen has been angry a few times already. Quickly follow me. Right. Qin Zhao jumped off the boat and helped Herretia to alight too. She is... Isn't she an actress here? Hi, I'm from Trista Management. I'm acting as the woman beside the Mexican gang leader, Herretia said. She had put in a lot of effort in order to get close to Qin Zhao. On the surface, she was an actress for the movie. Oh, follow me. James looked at Herretia again. To be honest, Herretia was indeed beautiful, which made her suitable for the superficial role. James led the way. Soon, they could hear Stephen's voice in front. When Qin Zhao reached the filming location, James suddenly threw himself on the beach. James, what are you doing? Then, everyone in the crew took out a cake and flung it at Qin Zhao. Stephen was the most cheerful one, of course. Hit him. We have to start work so early because of him. Fuck. Old asshole, I'm going to kill you. Stephen turned around and fled. With his clothing in a mess, Qin Zhao chased after Stephen in rage. Do you know how much my clothes cost? Why are you so childish? Fuck. I had to wake up so early because of you. It's your punishment. Fortunately, it did not last long. Very soon, Qin Zhao and Stephen began to work. Only secondary scenes would be filmed today. The actors present were mostly bit-part actors or extras, with almost no leads. Moreover, all the acting would be centered around Amon. Stephen planned to film scenes that involved interactions between Amon and the other actors first. It was estimated to take around a week. In fact, it would be an important part of the movie. Terry, Amon will bring you into the sea later. Are you ready? Stephen asked. Yes, sir, I'm ready. Once Stephen started working, he would become totally serious and strict. Terry was a stuntman. He would play as a gangster in the movie. In the plot, he would fall into the sea during a fight and be dragged by Amon into the deep sea. Shen, is Amon ready? Yes. Mr. Terry, you need protective pads for areas below your waist. Although Amon won't actually bite you, you might still be injured. Got it. Mr. Chen, my life is in your hands. Chen, wear diving equipment and help me to film some scenes in the sea, Stephen said. Fuck, do I get paid extra? Nope, it's part of the punishment. It was rather cold in the morning, especially in the sea. It felt really uncomfortable. However, since the other underwater cameramen could manage it, so could Qin Zhao. The scene was very difficult to capture. It had to be filmed from different angles by 3 cameramen on the surface and 6 underwater cameramen. Such a stunt scene was usually pretty dangerous. Therefore, most filmmakers would create it with CGI. Nevertheless, the 2-minute scene would cost about $2 million to make. After editing, it would only be around 40 seconds long in the actual movie. This was clearly too costly for the mid-budget movie. Furthermore, CGI would definitely be less impressive than filming the real thing. All in all, Stephen decided to do the actual filming, provided safety was guaranteed. If something unfortunate were to happen, the filmmaker had to pay at least a few $1 million. After his interactions with Qin Zhao and Amon, Stephen was certain that Amon was safe. Only then did he decide to be bold and perform actual filming. Number 3. Get ready for Terry's close-up. Battle on the Sea, Scene 1, Take 1. Ready, action! Terry fell backward into the sea. Just then, a mon jumped out and bit Terry's lower body, after which they disappeared into the water. Everyone in the crew broke out in cold sweat. Is it really fine? That was an enormous beast. All the cameramen, both on the surface and underwater, filmed the scene. Qingyi was also in the water, holding a camera. At the same time, he had to ensure that nothing would go wrong. On the other hand, Stephen stood on the deck, watching the captured shots. Okay, cut, that's great. Terry also heard Stephen's voice from his earpiece. In the water, he patted Amon's mouth. Amon released him. By then, Terry was already more than 30 meters underwater and needed some time to return to the surface. Amon used his head to lift Terry so that he could return sooner. In fact, before the filming, Terry had been super nervous as well. He had to work with an animal, after all. After they began, he realized that he had been worried for nothing. In the end, Amon even helped him. Because he'd rented the yacht for a week, he could use it freely during this time. Qingyi cruised into the inner river. From there, he entered a branch that led straight to Mirror Lake. However, it took much longer to go by water. If he went on land, it would only take an hour to reach Mirror Lake. Going by water took at least 2 hours, so he could only do this occasionally for fun. Chen, I asked about your question from yesterday. It should be a spell from Eastern Europe. It should be a type of toxicology. The witch casts a spell by taking advantage of the target's hatred for someone. The target would also die within half a year. Qingyi wasn't interested in Jared's life or death. He just couldn't understand how he'd offended an Eastern European witch. The only witches he knew were Sienna and Rupert. Sienna definitely wouldn't attack him. Rupert wanted to, but she didn't have the guts. Plus, Rupert's strong point was curses, not toxicology. If it wasn't them, then only Pierce South was left. It was possible that he'd found another witch to kill Qingyi. Qingyi found it annoying. Pierce South just wouldn't appear before him. Qingyi couldn't even cause him trouble. Plus, it made him anxious to have such a weird enemy loose in the wild. Pierce South didn't have many skills, but he could always cause trouble. This was the most important. Can you help me find someone? Qingyi asked. Is it that Pierce South? Sienna asked. Yes. I can't, but you can find a diviner. Do you know any? I do. I can help introduce you, but she's pretty expensive. What price? If it's a regular person, you only need a few thousand. If it's a witch, it'll be very expensive. It can a few $10,000 or even $100,000. That expensive? I need to think about it. Just then, a car stopped before the house. Qingyi saw an unfamiliar car in the security camera. I have a guest. We'll talk later. Chapter 467 Unexpected Visitors. Chapter 467 Unexpected Visitors. When Qingyi walked out of the villa, he saw Fanity, Tyler, and Carlo alight from the car. Why are you here? Oh my God! Is this your house? It's amazing! Tyler exclaimed. The villa was absolutely brilliant, with its unique design and the grand scenery surrounding it. It would be such a pleasure to live in the villa. Hence the saying, poverty limits imagination. The poor would never know what kind of luxurious life the rich are having. The villa's high cost, exclusive location, and environment had subtly increased its value. How did you find me? Easy. Your identity isn't a secret, Carlo said. You're a professor at UCLA Medical School, right? I know people from UCLA. Qingyi invited the three into the villa. Please take a seat. What beverage would you like to have? Beer. Beer. Do you have tea? I like Chinese tea, Carlo said. After making a pot of tea for Carlo, Qingyi sat down before the three. So, how may I help you today? Chen, we came here with great sincerity to invite you to join us. Carlo looked at Qin Zhao with a serious face. Sorry, I'm not interested. Chen, don't you want to be famous? Carlo persuaded as he stared at Qin Zhao. Ha! I do. Qin Zhao's smile was rather cold. He had long passed the age of fantasizing. The probability of becoming famous through Carlo's means might be slim. Furthermore, even if they really managed to discover something, would Qin Zhao benefit the most? Definitely not. Professor. Carlo or a main member of the team would benefit the most, not a newcomer like Qin Zhao. Moreover, even if Qin Zhao really became famous, would he get more than what he already had? Let's not talk about life in dreams. Qin Zhao's dream had never been to become an adventurer and explore ancient secrets. The only thing that could drive Qin Zhao was benefits. As for fame, Qin Zhao did not really care. In addition, after that night, Qin Zhao finally knew how dangerous it was to become an adventurer. He would rather treat ill mafia members than fight that kind of monster head-on. With the same benefits, Qin Zhao would clearly choose to continue being a doctor and occasionally flex about his identity as a professor. He would not want to journey in deep mountains and dense forests, not knowing when he might suddenly die. All he wanted was a peaceful life. Carlo and Vanity glanced at each other. They could tell that Qin Zhao was uninterested. Sitting in Qin Zhao's house, they realized that he was much richer than they had thought. A few $100,000 would probably not persuade him. But there was no way they would spend a few million to invite Qin Zhao. After all, they had only spent a few million to build the entire team. No one would be willing to spend a few million just to invite a person. Chen, please think about it. After all, not every expedition is dangerous. Some can even be fun. You should try it out, and I believe you'll enjoy it, Vanity said. I'll think about it. A bear! Tyler suddenly shouted. An enormous brown bear was strolling toward them. Vanity and Carlo also jumped up from their seats. They had never seen such a huge bear in their life. Unfortunately, Princess simply ignored them. She knew how new guests at home would react to her. She was only there to find food. The three watched as Princess walked into the kitchen and opened the fridge herself. With a roast goose in her mouth, she left the living room. She's Princess, my pet. She's so big and awesome. Where's her breed? Kodiak bear? Very likely. Apart from Kodiak bears, I don't think any bear can reach her size. Isn't it dangerous to keep such a big bear at home? Tyler asked. Princess is smart and obedient. At noon, Qin Zhao invited the three for lunch. He placed a barbecue stand in the courtyard. The three realized that Qin Zhao had many other pets in his house. They had already seen the silly twins. With their field experience, they could, of course, tell that they were wolves. There were also 4 little ones, namely Briar, Bramble, Simba, and Nala. But the most eye-catching one was Abitos. From his appearance, he must be a Komodo dragon. However, the three had never heard of a red Komodo dragon. Some Komodo dragons had albinism, which would make them white. Still, there had never been a red species. Komodo dragons were not docile either. They would even dare to attack bigger creatures. The three could not understand why Qin Zhao would keep a Komodo dragon at home. Nevertheless, to them, Abitos was not the most dangerous one. The most dangerous one was a giant colorful snake. It was 2 meters long and almost 3 kilograms heavy, and clearly a lethal killer. In comparison, Beelzebub, Carrie, and Samuel looked ordinary. Nonetheless, so many different pets were actually living in peace, which was incredible. Many of the animals here had a predator-prey relationship. Chen, you like animals, right? Yup, Qin Zhao replied. It was the only logical response, given that he had so many pets. You seem to be an excellent tamer as well. None of the pets did anything dangerous, which proved that Qin Zhao was exceptional at taming. Well, I have my own methods. Once we found a ruin on an island in the West Pacific. At the entrance of the ruin, a large snake attacked us. The snake was totally green, very much like Chinese emerald, and had an unusual luster on it, Carlos said. Yes. In exploration, we would very often encounter strange creatures, Vanity said. Qingyi gave a bitter smile. They were still not giving up, but Qingyi was just unwilling to participate in the adventure. It was too dangerous. Qingyi did not even want to go near that kind of place. I am really not interested. Can you stop asking me? Qin, we heard that the place we explored that day holds potions that grant immortality. Chapter 468 Murphy. Chapter 468 Murphy. You heard? From whom? Probably no one even goes in there, or that no one even comes out alive. Qingyi wasn't a kid. He wouldn't believe everything people said, let alone such unreliable words. Medicine of immortality? Where did that come from? This, Carlo had thought that Qingyi would at least be a bit interested. But Qingyi didn't believe him at all. His tone was filled with suspicion. All right, Qin, Carlo said. I just really wish you'd consider my words seriously. He knew that he couldn't force anything. He could only leave. At least, he didn't have anything that could tempt Qingyi. When the three returned to their hotel, someone knocked on their door. Tyler, open the door. Tyler did so. He opened the door to see a thin man with a hoodie. Who are you looking for? Tyler asked. Professor Carlo. Professor, do you know the man who's looking for you? Carlo peered outside the door. Let him in. The man walked into the room and stood before Carlo. Sila recommended me. Carlo looked at the hooded man. Thinking for a bit, he asked, What skills do you have? I can kill you all. In an instant, Vanity and Tyler pointed their guns at him at the same time. Put it down. Put the guns down. Carlo waved his hand. Don't say that, even if you have the ability. They may become your partners in the future. Of course, you have to display your skills first. How do you want me to display it? Here, Carlo said. If you can go to the house I point out and get a painting, I'll accept you into the team. Sure. Where's the painting? In a house at the bank of Mirror Lake in Mountain Town. It's a Chinese painting. Okay, I'll bring the painting here at this time tomorrow. Oh, I don't know your name yet. Murphy, the man said without looking back. Then, good luck, Murphy. Tyler closed the door. Professor, he said meaningfully. You're sending him to die. Qin can't be offended. He's from a special family. They're all very strong, like superhumans. If he wants to prove his value, he has to do some superhuman things. Are you sure this won't anger Qin? Fine, I'll return the painting after I get it. After Murphy left, he took out his phone. Dad, I already met with Professor Carlo, but your trick didn't seem to work. He wants me to steal a painting from someone's home. They'll only accept me after I get this painting. Murphy, did you not act cold enough? No, I was already cold. I even watched Hitman, Agent 47 3 times for this. Did you change into the suit that the main character wears? I don't have money. I wore the hoodie I bought last year. That's the problem. What do I do now? Follow Professor Carlo's requests and steal that painting. I haven't stolen before. There's a first for everything. But I don't want to do it. Then do you want to make money? Yes, Murphy replied instinctively. You can return the painting's money after you get rich. Fine, but what else do you need? I don't have money for a taxi. Murphy came to the other side of Mirror Lake. Looking at the extravagant house across from him, his eyes were filled with envy. So rich, he mumbled. I want to make a lot of money and live in a house like this too. He loosened his muscles. Okay, swim over there. I should get to the other end by night time. He started taking off his clothes and went into the water. The water here is so cold. He was pretty fast at swimming. The sky gradually darkened. When he got to land, he saw a man and a pretty woman. They were grilling barbecue and drinking in the yard. So jealous of rich people's lives. Murphy's face was filled with envy. I want to become a rich man too. I want to be as successful as that man. Suddenly, something seemed to tug on Murphy's foot. Is it a big fish? Murphy didn't take it seriously. But soon, the thing wrapped around Murphy's legs and pulled him down. Hell, blub, blub, help! Feili looked at the lake. She seemed to see something splashing in the water, but it was too dark. She couldn't see clearly. Qin, is there someone in the water? No, you saw incorrectly, Qin Zhao said. It's a big fish. Are you full? Yeah, pretty much. Qin Zhao snapped his fingers. 3 or 4 inferior demons flew out and fought each other to clean up the yard. The breeze is a bit cold. Let's go sit inside. Yeah. Qin Zhao looked back at the lake. He already knew when the person entered the water. As for who it wasn't important. What was important was that the man had broken into his territory. He must not have good intentions. Whether Qin Zhao would kill or spare him, he'd punish the man first. Qin Zhao waited until Feili fell asleep before going to the second basement. He saw a thin man with only his underwear, curled up in the corner, hugging himself. The 3-headed dog and little Nine were on either side of him. Did you two strip him? Qin Zhao asked. They shook their heads, expressing that it had nothing to do with him. Whatever. Whether he's a good guy or not, I'm sure he's a pervert. Eat him. Huh! Murphy yelled in horror. Aren't you going to interrogate me? Like who sent me or why I came? No need. I can see you won't tell me and it's getting late. I need to sleep. No, you can ask. You can pry open my mouth easily. Really? Yes. Okay, then tell me. If I tell you, will you let me go? If I say yes, will you trust me? Yes, Murphy answered earnestly. Yeah, I'll let you go. Qin Zhao nodded. So, tell me who sent you and for what? Professor Carlo sent me. He wants me to help him steal a Chinese painting in your house. Professor Carlo? You're sent by Professor Carlo? Yes, that's right. Do you have proof? Chapter 469 This Vampire is Kinda Cute. Chapter 469 This Vampire is Kinda Cute. Murphy looked at his near-naked body and then shook his head. No. So I can't let you go. Why? Didn't you promise me that you'll let me go if I tell you the truth? But how would I know you weren't lying? I really didn't lie. Then show me some proof. I don't have any. Qin Zhao looked helpless. Look, you can't prove yourself, and you've discovered my secrets. What do you think I should do? Kill me. No, don't kill me. See? You know that the correct option is to kill you, so you can't blame me. Hellhound and Little Nine approached Murphy. Suddenly he sprang up from the floor. Qin Zhao was stunned. Then Murphy crawled on the wall like a gecko. He attempted to run upstairs, but Qin Zhao was at the stairs. Once Murphy got in range, Qin Zhao lifted his leg and kicked him. Thud! Murphy flew backward and collided into the wall. Covering his stomach, he could not stand up. Qin Zhao walked up and grabbed Murphy's neck, when he noticed 2 vampire-like fangs in Murphy's mouth. You're a vampire? Let me go. I won't run again. Please let me go, Murphy cried. Answer my question. Are you a vampire? Murphy remained silent. Qin Zhao squinted. Just now you answered my question so readily, but now you're quiet. So you must be lying to me just now. No, I wasn't lying. My dad told me to never admit that I'm a vampire before others. Are you Carlo's man? No. Then why would you work for him? Qin Zhao asked curiously. He said that if I can steal the painting here, he'll allow me to join his team. What's your name? Murphy. Qin Zhao realized that Murphy had been answering all his questions. Either Murphy had prepared all the answers in advance, or he was simply too honest. But if he was really a vampire, were all vampires so foolish? No, maybe upright was a better word. Qin Zhao realized that he actually had a good impression of Murphy. Nevertheless, he was unsure if Murphy had just been pretending. Why would you want to join Professor Carlo's team? To earn money. Are you short of money? Yes. Can you turn into a bat? Murphy stared at Qin Zhao with a very strange look, just like how Qin Zhao had been looking at him. Is he an idiot? Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. Qin Zhao shook his head. So tell me, what should I do? Let me go. But what if you expose my secrets? I won't. If someone offers you 100,000, will you tell him what you saw here? Murphy began to hesitate. After considering for a long while, he shook his head. No. How about 1,000,000? Murphy was even more reluctant. He felt that Qin Zhao was just trying to put him in a difficult position. After some time, Murphy finally nodded. I will. So there's no reason why I should let you go. Then are you going to kill me? Qin Zhao thought about it. So far, he had only killed bad guys. But Murphy looked like it was his first time outside. He was not stupid, just immature. If Carlo employs you, how much will he pay you? Dunno, but my dad said that it's definitely more than a normal job. Then do you know what's the average salary? My dad works at a gas station. His monthly salary is 3,000. Is your dad a vampire too? No, my dad is a normal human. I've inherited my bloodline from my mom. Do you suck human blood? No, only animal blood. Wait, I'm not a vampire. I've never admitted that I'm a vampire. Yes, I know. Qin Zhao patted Murphy. Then I'll employ you and give you 10,000 a month. Do you accept it? Murphy was persuaded. 10,000 was so much higher than his father's salary. Your job is to patrol the areas near my house. For example, if someone tries to sneak in from a suspicious corner, you'll have to tell me or arrest the person. Qin Zhao said. Will I stay here? No, you can go and rent a room in town. Qin Zhao would clearly not let Murphy stay in his house. Even if Murphy was not a vampire, Qin Zhao would not let another man stay with them. Murphy actually thought about it seriously. After a long time, he said, I need you to pay for my rent. Deal. Qin Zhao smiled. But you have to sign a contract with me. What contract? Think of it as a normal contract, but it will be much stricter. Oh, sure. Qin Zhao took out a sheepskin contract and passed it to Murphy, who read the terms carefully. Do you have any objections? Can I show it to my dad? No. Qin Zhao rejected at once. There are some parts one don't understand. Where? Here, if I expose any of your secrets, I'll be burned by hellfire. What's hellfire? Also, what can I say? What can I not say? You can't tell people things like Hellhound and the Hydra. Anyway, you can't tell people anything here that's supernatural. Can I not tell anyone about it? Correct. You can't tell anyone. Fine. So I have to sign here? No, just leave your handprint. The moment Murphy left his handprint, the sheepskin contract began to burn. Soon, it melted into Murphy's body and a hexagram appeared on his arm. Can I take a month's salary first? Murphy looked at Qin Zhao carefully. Why? Murphy just could not finish the sentence. What do you want to do? I want to tell my dad that I've earned money. Come here tomorrow. Also, never appear before my girlfriend. Can I leave now? Yup. Qin Zhao waved his arm. Murphy climbed out from the hole. Then, Qin Zhao called Carlo. Professor Carlo, I'm very angry now. You better give me an explanation, or I'll ensure you can't leave LA. Chapter 470 This Old Guy Needs a Lesson. Chapter 470 This Old Guy Needs a Lesson. Chen, you really did discover him? How is Murphy now? Carlo didn't seem shocked by Qin Zhao's accusation at all. He seemed to be prepared. You still have the energy to ask about him? You should worry about your own safety. Okay, this was indeed my fault. I apologize. That's it. Okay, I did want to teach him a lesson too. Carlo said. He needs to be knocked off his high horse. You weren't worried that I would kill him? You're not the type to kill someone without reason, Carlo said confidently. Qingyi scoffed. He didn't trust Carlo. It was too late to kiss up to him now. I'm not satisfied with your explanation. Then what do you want? That depends on your sincerity, Qingyi said. If you can't satisfy me, then I'll have to say sorry to you. Chun, we've gone through life and death together. You can't be so overbearing. So you think I'm the one at fault? That's not what I mean. I just think we should sit down and have a chat calmly. If I wasn't calm now, I would go find you right now and throw you off the rooftop. Then what do you want? Qingyi hadn't decided what kind of compensation he wanted. Money? Carlo probably couldn't compensate him at all. Then Qingyi suddenly thought of that marine diary. Perhaps Carlo and his expedition team could be helpful. I need you to promise me something. What thing? I haven't decided yet. I can't promise you everything. Carlo also had his own persistence. He wouldn't make careless vows. Either you promise me now, or I'll feed you all to the fish. I have some connections in L.A. It's not hard for me to make you all disappear. Don't make it so hard for me. Professor Carlo, you're the one who offended me first. You should learn how to take responsibility. Fine. It was my fault. I promise you, Carlo said helplessly. He had to give in when the other was in the right. Of course, this kind of verbal promise didn't have any true restrictions. If Qingyi's request was too difficult, he could push it off. Can you free Murphy now? Sorry, he's working for me now. What do you mean? I mean what I said. You can't do that. You know I need more hands now. You personally sent him to me. Plus, I think he's a pretty good helper. Carlo was so angry that he wanted to smash his phone. How could he be so stupid? Right now, he just wanted to kill Qingyi. Unfortunately, he knew he couldn't do anything to the man. But even though Qingyi said Murphy was working for him, Murphy might not listen to him. Perhaps Murphy only did it to save himself. Carlo should have a nice chat with him. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Carlo hung up with gritted teeth. Qingyi smacked his lips. This old guy needs a lesson. It was late at night. Qingyi went back to the bedroom and looked at the sleeping Feilai. Qingyi couldn't fall asleep now. He decided to go back downstairs and enter the special crack. There were two one-eyed statues standing at the entrance. Qingyi entered the castle and pulled Marion and Trilly out to experiment on them. Marion and Trilly were tied onto the surgery table. Qingyi ignored their cries and pleas. Shut up! He was annoyed by the crying and cast the hell knell onto Marion. Ah! Marion cried out even louder. Then blood started flowing out his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. His eyes bulged. Shit! Qingyi hurriedly cancelled the spell, but Marion wasn't breathing anymore. Fuck, I just cast the hell knell on him. What did he see in hell? He actually got scared to death? Trilly didn't dare to make any more sounds. His entire body shook. He didn't know what had happened, but without a doubt, Marion had been in immense pain before dying. Whatever, he could die. Qingyi wouldn't revive Marion. But since he was dead, his body could still be used for dissection experiments. Just then, Blackie came in. How come you killed him? Blackie was surprised. I cast the hell knell and he ended up getting scared to death, Qingyi said helplessly. The hell knell shows different scenes from hell according to your own sins. He already had a mental breakdown because of your torture. It would be even stranger if he didn't die after seeing his fate in hell. Chapter 471 Sick Play. Chapter 471 Sick Play. The next day. For the entire night, Qingyi and Blackie had been discussing how to revive a corpse. Of course, it could revive in any form, even if some parts had to be changed. Qingyi and Blackie were only looking for a breakthrough in resurrection and also in their own abilities. Actually, It was not resurrection in the real sense. Qingyi and Blackie had added many magical elements, such as changing the brain, combining souls, and making a stronger heart. It was more like Frankenstein. They were trying to create a new kind of Frankenstein. After breakfast, Qingyi boarded the speedboat and rushed to Gaia Island. Halfway there, a wave suddenly splashed toward the speedboat. A yacht sailed past Qingyi. The yacht was pretty fast, 30 meters long, and had 3 floors. From its look, it should have been custom-made. Standing on the deck, a man in a white shirt shouted, "Roar! Kid, how was the wave?" Qingyi glanced at the man and pointed a middle finger at him. "Fuck off." "Ha ha." The man in the white shirt laughed. Qingyi's speedboat and the yacht reached the dock almost at the same time. More than a dozen men walked down from the yacht, carrying various items for the man in the white shirt. "Hey kid, get out of the way." It was only a temporary dock built by the crew, so the path was rather narrow. Realizing that they were carrying so much stuff, Qingyi did not want to make life difficult for them. He turned his body sideways so that they could pass first. When the man in the white shirt walked past Qingyi, he suddenly attempted to push Qingyi into the sea. But he could not move Qingyi. Frowning, Qingyi similarly pushed the man heavily. You dare to push me?" the man roared. His men also put down the boxes and lifted their sleeves, ready to fight. Qingyi was the kind of person that would make way but not yield. In such a circumstance, he would show no mercy. Soon, he threw everyone into the sea. "Kid, trust me, I'll get you kicked out of this place," the man still shouted to Qingyi in the sea. Qingyi pointed the middle finger at the man again and turned to leave. When he arrived at the crew, James came to welcome him. "Chen, you're really early today. I'm just scared that you'll throw cakes at me again. Amon's scenes will start later, so you didn't have to come this early." "What? Then why did Steven call me just now and ask me to come early?" "I think he's probably playing with you," James said, helpless. Given how close they were as friends, Qingyi did not complain much. Steven had yet to arrive. He was probably filming at another site. Just then, the man in the white shirt came. Completely wet, he stared at Qingyi in anger. "Mr. Libel, welcome," James said immediately. "This goddamn bastard just threw me into the sea. James, I want you to fire him. Now, immediately." Libel roared in madness. "Sorry, I'm not in charge of that." James would not give Libel any face. While Libel was the lead for the film, he was only a second-tier star in Hollywood. It was Steven's filming location, not a place for him to be arrogant. "If you don't fire him, I won't act," Libel shouted. "As you wish," James sneered. He knew that Libel had many bad habits. In the past, he had often heard of Libel being big-headed. But Libel had to see the occasion. Not every crew or person would tolerate him. To be fair, Steven could be much nastier than Libel. "James, you trying to protect him? Do you know what you're doing?" Libel said, his face darkening. Originally, he thought that the crew would agree to all his requests. Moreover, the Chinese man was only part of the normal staff. Libel did not expect James to protect the person and offend him instead. "I know what I'm doing. Mind your own business." "You'll regret it," Libel said, gritting his teeth. Then, he left with his men. "Chen, forget about him. He's of no threat to you." "I know." Qingyi did not really care about Libel. "Find a place for me. I didn't sleep last night, so I'm going to sleep now. Call me when you need me." "Okay, how about the prop storage tent?" "Sure." Qingyi nodded. James brought Qingyi to the prop tent and got a recliner for him. Qingyi thanked James and fell asleep on the recliner. Soon, someone entered the tent. Sensing someone around, Qingyi opened his eyes and realized that it was Lucy. "Hey, Lucy." "Chun." Lucy looked at Qingyi with a smile. "I heard from Mr. James that you're here." Lucy was smartly dressed up in her costume. She had some makeup on her face, but she looked somewhat awkward. "Did I disturb you?" "No." Qingyi smiled. Clearly, he could tell her the truth. Just then, Libel lifted the curtains. He was stunned when he saw Qingyi. "Why are you here?" He saw Lucy enter the tent, so he planned to spend some time alone with her. He obviously did not expect Qingyi to be there too. "What's wrong with me being here?" "Scram! This is not where you should be. The one who should scram is you," Qingyi said with a dark face. "Asshole, do you really think that I can't do anything to you?" Libel's look was as scary as a venomous snake. "I would love to see what you can do to me. Don't think that you're safe just because James is protecting you. He's but an assistant director. In this crew, there are people who are more powerful than him." Libel looked at Lucy with some confidence. "Ms. Lucy, cooperate with me later." "What?" Lucy was confused. "Cooperate to do what? Why would I cooperate with you? Are we even close?" Suddenly, Libel lifted the curtains and shouted, "Help! Someone is harassing Ms. Lucy here!" Qingyi was startled, so was Lucy. What a sick play. Chapter 472 Obstacle. Chapter 472 Obstacle. Everyone in the crew came over, including James and Stephen. "Libel, what are you doing?" James roared. "Mr. Stephen, this man is harassing Miss Lucy. I happened to hear her calling for help, so I came into this tent. I saw him doing something to Lucy." Stephen stared at Libel with a dark expression and then looked at Lucy. "Lucy, what's going on?" Lucy had joined the cast because of Qingyi's recommendation. Stephen didn't want to ask about their relationship. But how could Qingyi have dangerous thoughts about Lucy, causing her to cry for help? What was this? "Mr. Stephen, I don't know what Libel is doing, but I heard that Qin was here, so I came to say hi. But Libel came first and wanted me to work with him. I don't know what problem he has with Qin, but I think he's slandering Qin." Lucy didn't even have to lie. She just said the truth. Libel blanched. To him, Lucy was a minor female lead, while he was the male lead of this movie. No matter what, Lucy should be on his side and cooperate with him. Instead, Lucy didn't follow his script at all. This frustrated and angered him. Libel felt even more embarrassed, but he had to save his ego. "I get it," he immediately said. "You two have a secret fling. Don't you know we're filming right now? Everyone's busy with work outside, while you two are fucking here?" Libel looked at Stephen. "Mr. Stephen, I don't think these two should stay in the cast and crew anymore. Their presence will only slow down our efficiency. I suggest kicking them out." Stephen stared at him with a dark face. "Libel, this is my cast. I decide on all the roles and workers. I don't need anyone to make suggestions for me. Also, the free time between shoots is the crew's own time. They can do whatever they want. They don't need your permission." Anyone could tell that Libel had a grudge against Qingyi. He was purposely causing trouble. Even if Qingyi was at fault, Stephen would be on his side, let alone now that he was the innocent one. "If you think you have too much time, then go memorize your lines, instead of causing trouble in my cast," Stephen practically roared. "Also, I hope you won't be late again. Even more, I hope you won't show up to film without preparing even a single line. If you're like this again tomorrow, you better get the fuck out. I signed a contract. No one can replace me, not even you." Libel saw that Stephen wasn't giving him any special treatment as the male lead, so he went all out too. He was used to being a big shot in all the crews. No matter where he went, he had no fear. Even directors had to spoil him. When he joined Stephen's cast, his manager had told him to restrain himself. He'd indeed planned on restraining himself, but he was completely humiliated by Stephen in front of the entire crew, so he just exploded. "I'm giving you a chance to leave by yourself," Stephen said coldly. "Take your people and get out." "With what?" "Stephen, I have a contract." Stephen laughed. Contract? A contract only came into effect when the two parties had equal status. It was completely useless to him. Stephen only had to declare that Libel was the one who'd violated the contract first. He ignored the rules, acted like a big shot, did whatever he wanted, and harassed an actress of the same cast. Stephen could reasonably fire Libel. He could even ask for compensation and ruin Libel's acting career while he was at it. As long as he released this announcement, Libel wouldn't be able to get any more roles. He could probably only go to San Fernando Valley. Stephen pulled out his phone and called someone. "Morris, your man is causing trouble in my crew. I'm very unhappy with him, and I'm rethinking if I want to continue using people from your company." On the other end of the phone, Morris was dumbfounded. What was going on? "Stephen, which actor is it?" "Libel." Hearing this name, Morris got a headache too. How could he not know what kind of person Libel was? He was conceited and insensitive. He was only a bit famous, but he thought he was some kind of god. "Stephen, let me apologize for him." "I don't need an apology. Are you going to come take him away? Or should I kick him out myself?" A crew didn't usually change actors so suddenly. They usually changed people before they started filming because if they changed so suddenly, the scenes from before couldn't be used anymore. The other actors would have to act with the new person too. But Stephen didn't feel any stress for changing out Libel. Libel had just come today and only filmed one scene. To Stephen, it was just filming an extra scene. The only annoyance was that he had to change the filming schedule. Stephen could also see that Libel was just troublesome. Rather than changing him when Stephen couldn't stand him anymore in the middle or end, it was better to just kick him out now. Libel didn't expect for things to reach this point. But Stephen had already spoken, wanting to kick him out of the cast. There was no turning back. This made Libel hate Xiangliu even more. It was all because of this asshole. If not for him, Libel could shoot this movie without worry. Libel and his followers were all driven out. Libel could barely retain the anger within him. "Go!" Libel brought his people to the pier. When he saw Xiangliu's yacht, fury rose up once again. "Smash that yacht! Smash it to bits!" Right then, the crew decided to shoot the scene at sea due to the changes in schedule. They moved to the beach and ended up seeing Libel smashing the yacht. "This bastard!" Stephen's face darkened. He was about to go and stop Libel. "Film this bit," Xiangliu said. "You don't have to worry about anything else." Stephen glanced at him. "What are you going to do?" "I remember there's a scene where the Mexican gang's leader gets on a boat to escape, gets caught up by Amon, and then the boat sinks, right? Are you sure Amon won't get hurt?" Stephen only worried about Amon. After all, he loved this actor of his cast and also had a close relationship with Xiangliu. He naturally didn't want Amon to get hurt. Chapter 473 Friend of Justice. Chapter 473 Friend of Justice. "Mr. Libel, the cruise ships have been following us." "Why?" Libel asked, confused. "Dunno. I think they're filming us." "For what?" "Because I broke the speedboat just now. It's only $10,000 or so. I can afford that." Dong. Suddenly, the yacht vibrated and its direction also clearly changed. "What did we hit?" Libel asked nervously. The vibration was obviously unusual. "Mr. Libel." There! Everyone gasped. They saw a huge fin that was at least 3 meters tall. Below the fin, the water rose as a terrifying creature charged directly at them. "Turn! Turn!" Libel shouted. But the yacht was too close to Amon. There was no escape. Bang! Another deep sound of collision was heard from underwater. The entire yacht was slanted. Just then, Amon suddenly leaped out of the water. The scene astonished not just those on the yacht, but also everyone on the cruise ships on the two sides. Everyone was truly dumbfounded. Amon was a beautiful beast that should only have existed in ancient times. Amon's head hit the right side of the yacht, which turned to its side. Everyone watched with their mouth wide open. It was really shocking. Fuck, I should film a monster movie. Stephen was holding a camera himself. The scene was incredible. "Mr. Stephen, time to save people," James reminded. While they had taken a breathtaking shot, it would be much less fun if someone were to die. After all, if they failed to save the drowning people, both Stephen and his crew would be subjected to the pressure of public opinion. "Throw them some lifebus," Stephen said with his lips twitched. "Chen, don't ask Amon to attack those people." Chen Zhao nodded. He only wanted to take revenge, not kill them. In fact, he originally only wanted to scare them. "By the way, Chen, can I borrow Amon to advertise the movie?" "What are you going to do?" "You'll find out." That day, a video went viral on the internet. A super killer whale attacked a yacht. It was definitely the most unbelievable piece of news in history. First of all, the size of the killer whale surpassed the knowledge of all biologists. Even compared to other killer whales, the killer whale in the video was a giant. Next, many were interested as to why the killer whale would attack the yacht. An insider said that the killer whale was a friend of the owner of a speedboat, and they would play with each other every day. However, the owner of the yacht had a conflict with the speedboat owner and asked his men to destroy the speedboat. The killer whale saw the scene and sought revenge. The claim was followed by a link to a video. Now, everyone knew the entire story. Soon, there was news that the yacht owner was the famous Hollywood star Libel. He was supposed to be an actor for Stephen's new movie, but he was chased out because he behaved too arrogantly in the crew. As revenge, he destroyed the speedboat of one of the staff, which led to what happened in the first video. The killer whale was precisely an animal actor in the movie. It became a friend of the crew because of the movie. Then, the crew released some videos of them interacting with Amon. This became the headline of both social news and entertainment news. Even though the killer whale's revenge was wrong in itself, the public thought otherwise. They felt that the killer whale had done justice. Everyone on the net asked Libel to scram out of Hollywood and entertainment. Because of this, Stephen's new movie gained much more attention. Everyone would love to see what kind of movie it was. Then, the actor Terry released a video on his social media account. It was a video of him being dragged by Amon into the sea, but soon, he released another video of him interacting with Amon. At the same time, he posted, "Amon is a mutual friend of the crew. If Amon has done something wrong, all of us will bear the consequences together. But I hope that Mr. Libel can be responsible for what he has done too. You harmed our best friend." Terry's videos and post immediately attracted many views. Almost everyone gave him a thumbs up and joined the army to denounce Libel. In the eyes of the public, an animal that dared to stand out for its friend and attack the bad guy was never wrong. The incident even attracted the government's attention. A high official said on his social network account that he would exempt Amon from any punishments, if any. In fact, the incident even became widely known internationally. After all, a killer whale had attacked a villain to revenge its friend. Such a dramatic story could always earn the public's approval. As the victim, Libel became a criticized criminal instead of gaining any sympathy. The few movies which he had signed contracts for all decided to change their actor. Libel did not even dare to appear in public. Even his agency had given up on him. As the starter of everything, Stephen benefited the most. The new movie caused such an uproar when filming had just begun. The movie company invested $30 million more to the production cost. Actually, the movie company might be part of the reason why the event had turned so extreme so quickly. Nevertheless, from beginning to end, the real culprit Chen Zhao had just been an onlooker. None of the news involved him. Stephen had been deliberately avoiding Chen Zhao as he did not want to affect Chen Zhao. Therefore, Chen Zhao had peace in the last 2 days, carrying out his usual duties. The only unhappy thing was that he had paid the speedboat company $50,000, but Libel had yet to pay him anything. "Hey Chen, I have a client for you. $5,000. Are you up for it?" Ethan called Chen Zhao. "Sure. It's still money." Chapter 474 Can You Do Breast Enhancements? Chapter 474 Can you do breast enhancements? Here? Chen Zhao raised his head and looked at the commercial building before him. He checked the address. It was indeed here. However, the top few floors were apartments. The monthly rent was at least $100,000. You had to get through security to reach the apartment floors. The security here was very complete. After reaching the door, Chen Zhao pressed the doorbell. An African-American man cracked open the door. You are? A doctor. Someone here needs a doctor? The man studied Chen Zhao and opened the door. It was only the doorway, but there was a floor-to-ceiling quarantine window. This is sterilization, the man said. Sterilization? Chen Zhao was stunned. Do you think this is an automatic production lab? But Chen Zhao still went in. First, epoxyethane was sprayed from his neck down. Then he entered another quarantine room. Mist was sprayed out. This was probably also for sterilization. Chen Zhao started getting curious. What disease did his client have? The other man also followed through the 2 sterilization processes before entering the room. Chen Zhao looked around. The entire apartment was furnished with a modern style. There was not a speck of dust in the room. There was also an air purifier working constantly. A blonde girl with milky white skin sat before a floor-to-ceiling window. She bathed in the sunlight that shone through the glass. However, she was honestly too pale. Chen Zhao could even see her veins when the sun shone on her skin. This was a sickly kind of pale. It clearly wasn't natural. Are you my client? Chen Zhao asked. The girl turned toward Chen Zhao and touched her hair. Chen Zhao was taken aback. He wasn't unfamiliar with this action. It was an action only done when one wore a wig. Chen Zhao studied her. She was indeed wearing a wig. Hello, why are you uncomfortable? I heard you're an illegal doctor, right? The girl asked. Yes. Can you do boob jobs? Chen Zhao was stunned. He turned to look at the other man. He looked away, but Chen Zhao could see that his lips were twitching. I can't. Chen Zhao really wanted to just leave. A boob job? You're practically made of glass. Regardless of whether Chen Zhao could do boob jobs or not, he didn't dare do that kind of surgery on a glass girl. This girl possibly had a naturally weak immune system or had no immunity at all. She lived in this antibacterial environment her entire life. Even her food was disinfected. Just imagine a piece of steak getting soaked in disinfectant and then placed onto a plate. Could a regular person eat this? Even a bit of bacteria or virus in the air could be fatal for this girl. She was like a caged bird, staying in this sealed room forever. If she wanted to go out, she would have to wear an astronaut uniform and have an oxygen tank. This wasn't fully safe either. If she took a breath of outside air, she would probably die too. The glass girl clutched her chest and tested its weight. Her face was filled with disappointment. I wish I could be like the girls on TV and have big boobs. Chen Zhao glanced at the other man. That's what you give her to watch. I'm only her protector, the man answered. I have no right to control what she watches. The glass girl was indeed a bit slower at developing than other girls. This was due to her nutrition and environment. Sorry, I can't help, Chen Zhao said. I have to go. Just then, a familiar person walked in. When the person saw Chen Zhao, he was also surprised. Blackie! Blackie, how come you're here? I sense death. Chen Zhao glanced at the girl and quietly left the apartment. However, Blackie followed Chen Zhao when he went into the elevator. Chen Zhao couldn't help but ask. When will she die? Should be within 24 hours. Cause of death? I saw her death. A shooting. When Chen Zhao exited the elevator, someone bumped into him. This man was around the same height. His hands were stuffed into pockets, and his eyes seemed mean. What you looking at? Wanna die? The man yelled at Chen Zhao for no reason. Chen Zhao felt that this person probably had mania. Natural interactions at the elevator could make him explode. It's him, Blackie said. In the scene I saw, he was the one who shot the girl. Qin Zhao raised his fist and punched the man's chin. Then Blackie said it. It disappeared. What disappeared? The image of the girl's death, but her death didn't change. Qin Zhao furrowed his brows. Had he changed her way of death? But the result wasn't changed? Just then, Qin Zhao saw two people walk over. One was a woman who could be said was very important to Qin Zhao, his mother. The other was her assistant, Sally. When Qin Zhao's mom and Sally saw him, both of them froze. Qin Zhao, what are you doing here? What's going on? Isn't that Esselin? Sally saw the man that Qin Zhao had knocked out. One of my clients is here, Qin Zhao answered. Then what about him? We bumped into each other, and he threatened to kill me. I saw that he had a concealed gun. Qin Zhao's mom met eyes with Sally. Sally immediately called someone and started yelling. What do you do all day? How come Esselin can come into here? A while later, the building's security guards hurried over and pulled Esselin out. I'm busy. I have to go. Just then, Qin Zhao's mom said, Your little sister lives upstairs. Won't you go up to visit? Qin Zhao hesitated. The girl's face appeared in his mind for some reason. Is that okay? Sure, she probably knows she has an older brother too. Qin Zhao furrowed his brows, sinking into deep thought. Did that girl call him over purposely? Did she know that he was her brother? Qin Zhao returned to the elevator and rode it with his mother. He didn't feel any hatred toward his mother. They were more like familiar strangers. All they had was awkwardness because Qin Zhao didn't know how to communicate with his mom. Qin Zhao's mom didn't speak either. She just watched as the elevator climbed the floors. Ding! The elevator's sound broke the silence. Qin Zhao was back on that floor. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.